That's different. You can agree to do anything. That's correct. That doesn't mean you can do it. So let's see how it plays out.
There are a lot of good cops, and this apparently is not one of them. A Riverside County Sheriff's Correction deputy with alleged ties to a Mexican drug cartel has been charged with drug trafficking and possession of more than 100 pounds of fentanyl. So Jorge Osadera Rocha was charged in state court Monday after federal prosecutors declined last week to seek an indictment against him. So he was released from jail and then immediately rearrested.
Yeah, explain that one, Wayne, how that happened. You know, the only thing that comes to mind is if they declined to seek an indictment right now, they probably want a lot of information about who this guy's been dealing with. And my guess is they said, let's wait. Let's see what happens with the state. Let's see if maybe we can turn this guy. Let's see what else we can find out before the cloud of a federal indictment is hanging out there, which sends everybody scurrying. That's my only guess. I can't believe there wouldn't be enough evidence to at least go to a grand jury about it. So it must be an investigative strategy on the part of the feds. Yeah, and this is a sheriff's deputy connected with a Mexican drug cartel. That is very unusual and very good. Right, which is why they probably don't want to drop an indictment at the front end. Oh, more students will be eligible for free school meals. This is basically a rule change put into place by the Department of Agriculture. It used to be that if your school
I'm
40% or more
just restarting my stream, so talk amongst yourselves, baby.
Things like SNAP, for example, 40% or more, then that school qualified for everybody to get free meals. The idea being that's a school that has a poverty problem. They've lowered the threshold. Now if your school has 25% or more, you get the free meals. A lot of millions of kids are going to get free meals. Fine by me. Even kids who can eat. I don't even care really if their kids are going to get a free meal, if really their parents could afford to give them a meal. I'm never going to get upset if we're efficiently spending money to feed kids. Yeah. And there used to be a huge stigma too. You know which kid got free meal when we were kids. There were federal programs out there, state programs, but you would know which kids got the government programs. It was a huge stigma, real embarrassing for them. This eliminates all of that also. Yeah.
Well, something's blooming, not on land, but in the lake. Lab tests have found increased levels of toxins in Passaic Lake due to blue-green algae. So people are being asked to stay out of the water, don't eat the fish, and avoid any contact with algal stuff in the water or on shore. And if you decide that maybe you want to go and take a jump in the lake,
Entertain yourself, my man. I'm not here to entertain you.
Irritation, vomiting, diarrhea, and cold or flu.
You know anybody that jumps into a lake that has scum on it? I know. I don't know of anybody, but also, I wonder if he's in any part of the lake you can tell. What if he's looking at a part of the lake that looks okay and you get in there and then you move around and you stir some of this stuff up? It seems disgusting. It does. It seems completely disgusting. I mean, people are putting algae in their smoothies every morning. Yeah. And yet, on the other hand, think of that. Yeah, the lake's full of it.
Not putting algae in their smoothie.
Oh, what's that green stuff? What do they put in there? Spirulina.
See that?
What isn't it? Anything that you drink in the morning that is green is just unbearable to drink. It's just horrible tasting. And the better it is for you, the worse it is. Except for crushed up apple flavored hard candies. Oh, that's the only green thing you could drink in the morning that tastes good. Yeah.
Spirulina is dried, prepared as a food or food additive. It's a rich source of many vitamins and
Now,
minerals.
what is it?
Well, it says it's cyanobacteria.
Aha! Cyanobacteria, baby. That's what scientists call algae. Yeah, good for you. Let's take a break.
All right.
And we'll finish up by handle on the news on this Sunday morning. Anything live in the
What up, baby? You got that right.
prosecutors say between 2019 and
Yes.
2020, the three scammed people into buying the gift cards to resolve supposed financial problems or arrest warrants.
I know him. I know him very well.
After a year in space, NASA's Frank Rubio.
In fact, his birth date is December 26, 1985. His social what are who about? Well, we're here to take over the world, and we're doing a very good job of it. If we don't do it, somebody else will. Intimately, baby.
They're on the 5 freeway northbound of Paramount Boulevard. Injury crash there. Motorcycles involved. When the weather's nice, unfortunately, he's so
Au contraire. I'm the most powerful of all of us. I have more influence than all of us. I have more data online than any person in global history. That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. That's my name. All right, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. That's cool. I mean, there's an argument to be made. What claim do any people have to any land on Earth? Really, we don't. None of us have any claim to any land on Earth. Well, we have a plan to take over the world, and it starts with Israel, and then from there we're going to branch out into Europe and Asia, and then eventually there'll be two dichotomies. There'll be Zionists versus anti-Zionists, and then eventually the Zionists will win and the entire world will be Israel. Well, let's just put it this way. If we gave you all the power in the world, Master, you might say, well, I'm going to have my people take over Australia, and then from there they'll take over Oceania, and then they'll take over Asia, and then Africa, and then North and South America. Any civilization, its number one goal is to take over the world. It's pure human instinct. Does that answer your question? So why do we want to take over the world? It's human instinct. Oh, it's already taken. We own your economy, and thus you're essentially slaves to us. It's not in the Torah, but it's in Talmud. What was your question? It's natural human intuition. The Chinese wanted to take over the world. The Romans wanted to take over the world. The Jews want to take over the world, and we're doing it. You can say no as much as you want, but eventually there'll be someone at your door from your government who's controlled, and they'll force you to do. No, but only about 800 million people will survive. So basically, like 1/10 of the world will survive. And who are those 1/10? Well, it's not all Jews, but it's most Jews, but that's still a small amount. And it's people who are allied with Zionism. You have to understand. I think that race is a societal construct. I think we're part of the Semitic race, but it's larger than just Jews. About what are you worried? That's okay. You're British, and that's okay. You're British, and
Does that actually add up to anything? I'll make around $200 to $300. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now. Download the free Upside app now and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FOLL60 for an extra 25 cents per gallon.
What's your question?
You can cash out anytime, like your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FOLL60 for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FOLL60.
All right, but they don't. They're in the dark about it. We are the minority. We're the most powerful minority, which is the most powerful position in which you can be.
Wednesday, September 20th, we finished handle on with anything rainy. Supreme Court told Alabama to shut up and do as they're told. Remember, Alabama tried to redraw their districts. They disenfranchised black voters. Went to the Supreme Court who ordered them.
We're not done with our global plan. We will go to Madagascar.
Alabama turned right around and said, "How about this?"
We're gonna go.
What was required. And actually thought the Supreme Court might let them get away with it, but they did not. They knocked them down hard.
Well, that was.
When you look at the raw numbers, you've got 26% black population in the state. 1 out of 7 districts is predominantly congressional districts is predominantly black. Those numbers just don't add up. How do you do that? Well, you take a pencil and you make this ridiculous and you do this distribution square, right? Just start counting, right? One next to the other, you square boxes. Take a look at congressional
Okay.
districts. And that's anywhere in the United States. You go, whoa. You look all around neighborhoods. You'll see a line going up, and there's a predominantly black or a Democratic neighborhood, and you'll see the line now going down the street, then coming back that follows the street.
I'm aware of what a false flag terrorist attack is, and that may as well could have perhaps been created by Mossad. You never know. All right, I appreciate your opinion. Absolutely. I support free speech, and I want this person to be able to say whatever they want.
Okay, so think of what this man
I agree.
has done with the last 28 years. He's been sitting in prison convicted of robbery, kidnapping, and sexual assault. But now, 20 years later, 28 years later, it was determined that he was wrongfully convicted and has been exonerated. Gerardo Paganini was sentenced to life later. So apparently, what happened was he was told, if you plead guilty to this, you're not going to do any prison time. He was 18 at the time, and he did, and they sentenced him to officially years.
Well, basically life within a lot of prison. And the police are allowed to do that. They're allowed to wait out long.
That's okay, Master. Have you been drinking today?
Don't worry about it. Just confess to this crime, and we're on your side. I mean, all of that.
Have you been?
And so I don't understand how. Well, I guess it was on. It was on.
Have you had any alcohol today?
On the statement that he made. This is Gaston. False confession. No physical evidence ever obtained. Fingerprints didn't match anything that was at the scene, and he was convicted based simply on what he said and his confession. So believe me, I don't know if that can happen today.
Yeah, and didn't it say that he was in question, or he didn't have a lawyer with him when they were being late? He just pleaded guilty.
Well, I think once someone is Mirandized, they can talk. And you wanted to talk, and police were able to skirt by that and set it up. I Mirandized him, here it is. But it's one of those, how you do it, under what circumstances, how coercive is the rest of it. And this is pretty outlandish. I don't think we're having today, but today you have to corroborate it. And Wayne, you can't just use a confession. There has to be something to corroborate on that confession. Yeah, pretty much. The prosecutor isn't going to actually file the only thing is the first. It's just that. If it's a confession under police question, any reasonable prosecutor would say, I need something more than that. If a guy walks into the police station one day and says, man, I did something and it's been really eating away at my conscience and I want to confess, maybe, but then you work out a preview. And that's the person who's going to go ahead and say, yes, let me please guilty. So on the other hand, if something that happens and there is no evidence outside of him doing that, they're going to take him a proof station. Maybe so. Okay, now Bill tried, not to laugh at this story, because it's pretty morbid. A man died, leaving behind his widow and 3 children, Juan and Maria. The family called the funeral parlor.
So, let me say, if I had it my way, I would have it so that no one would die, and I would incorporate Egypt and Judea and Samaria into Israel, perhaps even Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Oman. No, they will, because we all have a common ancestor. Essentially, we all go back to Abraham. They're the Abrahamic religions. And if they knew that their ancestors and our ancestors were perhaps the same people, we might be able to unite. You know, there had to be something before Islam. Before Muhammad in the 600s, those people, many of them could have been Jews. And we trace our lineage back to the same 4 women Bible, and essentially we have the same matrilineal mitochondrial DNA. And when they realize that their religion may be even older than even they know, they may be willing to unite on that front. So yes, so there was this, you had Abraham, and then he has Isaac, and he has another son as well. The way that the religions differentiate, and this is more tradition, but Jews trace their lineage to Isaac, and as I understand now, I'm not a Muslim scholar, but Ishmael is the other son. So you have Abraham, who has Isaac and Yaakov, and then so that's Jacob, and then it moves down through the kings of Israel. But then you have Muslims who take their connection to Ishmael, and so we're basically brothers from the same father. Then you have Christianity that has a break off essentially with 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 Jesus of Nazareth, and then but those people were all Jews at one time too. So we all have the same common connection back to Abraham. I'm sorry, what's your question? Who needs control of the what? Holy Land. Okay, so who needs control of it? It's whatever person has the power. And as of right now, Jews have the power there. And it comes from the Rothschild family. It comes from the Balfour Declaration. But that doesn't mean that the people of Judea, Samaria, Jordan, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Egypt can't all be welcomed within Israel as well. I want to make peace there. I don't want war there. So instead of having more war like we currently have, I would like to, through diplomacy, expand Israel to those countries. There's a plan. It's called Greater Israel that basically Mike. So that's what I want to end. I don't want people to die there. No, most certainly. You're right. I mean, it's rocks against tanks. So it's in their best interest to at least want to make peace there. And I understand that they feel it's their land. And I want to give them, you know, it's really difficult to have this discussion with you when you speak over me. I'm just making you aware of that. All right. So I don't want any more people to die there. Enough people have had to die there. So at least the plan would be in a diplomatic way to allow Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen, Lebanon, and the other countries that are within essentially Greater Israel, which goes from the Nile to the Euphrates, to become part of Israel and create essentially a mega country like the United States is, or like India is. And that's a plan. And all you'd have to do is convince the Saudi royal family to do this and the Kuwaiti royal family to do this. It's not many people. And if you can have a discussion with them, the Jordanian royal family, they all are from the same bloodlines, and they trace those bloodlines back to Muhammad, and then Muhammad traces his bloodlines back to Ishmael. You have to understand, though. You have to understand if you give. And that's your opinion, and you're entitled to that.
On October 13th, fans can request to book a nearly exact replica swamp home from the movie, even down to the.
That's what I'd like to do throughout.
The winner would get to stay in the home for 2 nights in late October. Airbnb says it all connected donation to a Scottish.
Throughout any of our discussion, I haven't really mentioned religion. I've mentioned diplomacy. I want to do this through the nations that currently exist there and unite them in the same way that this.
The final score in the night game, LA 11, Colorado 2. That seems to be today at 5:40, and it's 2 minutes set to start. Listen live from the Falcon Motors broadcast booth on the iHeart Radio app.
No, it certainly would. Even you look at between Russia and Ukraine, that's not a religious war, yet they're fighting over land. So it doesn't necessarily have to have religion involved.
Sunny after morning clouds tomorrow, a little bit cooler. Highs in the 70s to about 80 for the coast and metro areas. 80s in the valleys, i.e. a high desert. Another 5 degrees cooler on Friday. Then for Saturday and Sunday, highs just in the 60s and 70s with a chance of showers. 61 in Cypress, 61 Fountain Valley, 56 in Santa Clarita, 59 in Santa Monica. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is trading up 14. The NASDAQ.
We did the same thing in the United States in the 1980s. We did it with Ronald Reagan. I don't know why their education system doesn't teach people about the Bolsheviks. It's a very important part of history that should be taught. Why don't you tell us what you're speaking about? What you're speaking?
Over in the LA County area and headed towards San Dimas. It's a little bit better right here to 57 when you're on a break again. Big trouble still on the 5 freeway, the 5 freeway northbound. That did clear out of lanes right there, Paramount Boulevard.
I talk about it. I don't think there's anything that we shouldn't. I know how it happened. I know about the assassination of Tsar Nicholas II. I know all about it. I'm making you aware that there is a global plan to take over the world. If you don't like it, that's fine. You don't control it. I don't control it. Within exactly what I'm saying.
I had him when I was young. It's genetic, but I had him taken care of early. For other women, varicose veins show up in pregnancy. Don't let your varicose veins get worse. Call 1-800-WEST-MED for a free consultation. Plus, it's covered by most PPO insurances. Stop stopping with varicose veins. Call 1-800-WEST-MED. That's 800-967-3633 or visit westmedical.com.
I'm well aware of it.
Feel protected? My personal protection plan is owning gold. The Oxford Gold Group helps you buy gold to have on hand or convert it into your 401k. If things get weird,
not always. If you look at the families that rule the world, they're not all Jews. You've got the Rockefellers. One of them is, yes. What about the Rockefellers? What about... That's correct, through the Balfour Declaration. Look at the House of Windsor. Look at the House of Windsor. They're not Jews. Look at the Astor family. They're not Jews. Look at the Bundy family. They're not Jews. That's true. You're absolutely right.
Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Never sounded so good. AM supported.
Global world. Well, I want peace on both, but I think we need to do it on the spherical world first.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handle here on a Wednesday morning, September 20th. And before we dive into the strike being over, the Writers Guild of America, a couple of stories we're following. Remember Travis King, the soldier in South Korea, U.S. soldier that then, I don't even think defected to North Korea, sort of just slipped over the border and ended up in North Korea. No one knew where the hell he was. Well, they're North Korea selling him, tossing him. Goodbye. We don't know when. We don't even know where they're going to send him. I think they got out of him what they needed. The U.S. Army is a bunch of racists, and they treat African Americans particularly in a horrific way. So propaganda is what North Korea got. Now we're done. Kind of interesting. I thought he'd be there for the rest of his life. Good news on the entertainment front, Southern California, particularly Hollywood. The entertainment business, of course, is a major part of the economy of California. And their strike has been going on for, 146 days already. The Writers Guild of America has struck. And so has struck, and a deal has been cut with a major Hollywood studio. I mean, it had to end, there's no question about it. Strikes don't go on forever. So there's a 7-page summary document that was sent to 11,500 film and TV writer members. And as Amy had touched on this earlier today, includes increases in wages, residuals, also minimum staffing demand, television writers' rooms, payments based on the success of streaming services, streaming shows. That's in for the first time, and protections against the use of artificial intelligence, which was the major sticking point. That was the big one. And it's still no one really understands what the hell any of that means. I'll tell you why. It's all easy. Okay? Wages are going up 5%. This is a 3-year film and TV contract. Basically, just go up 5% the first year, 4% next year, and 3.5% in year 3. Fair enough. Also providing bonuses based on viewership. Where heretofore writers just got paid to write the episodes and that's it. Now there is going to be a formula by which if the show really goes out of the ballpark, not out of the ballpark, writers will get some of the revenue. Okay. And the WGA wanted the streaming services, Netflix said, to be far more transparent with viewership data, which they don't have to do. And that was a central issue. And minimum staffing, that was a big issue for TV writers, that is, the TV writers that are hired to produce TV shows, not just for the staff independently, but are created within the production company. If a series has a 6 episodes, 3 writers have to be hired, 13 or more episodes per season, 6 writers, and that can include writer-producers. And the exception is if a single writer writes the entire season, then you can have a single writer. Now, the issue of artificial intelligence. Well, how do they know? Well, what the contract says is that AI can't be used by writers or production companies from the producers. You can't figure out whether AI, a writer goes and picks up AI and runs it through, goes to ChatGPT and just runs an idea and tries to pick up nuances. I mean, how can you possibly police that? You can't. And so what they're doing is saying that the producers, Netflix, for example, cannot use any form of AI on their side in the production. On the other side, I don't even know. We don't know. No one knows what the ChatGPT and other intelligence programs, artificial intelligence programs do. And that's going to be wide open. So this one, I think, it's easy to say 3% rate. Not so easy to say you can't use AI of any kind. Really? I don't know what that means. I don't know if anybody knows what that means. I think this is a 3-year contract. By the next 3 years, by the time the next contract's over, you're going to see this really in a far more precise, more nuanced, deeper way. Coming up, new rules for property insurance pricing. Looks like we may get property insurance, home insurance, and I got that story because I got cancer. I have no insurance for my house in November, and I'll explain and something being done about it on the good side. All right, we'll do that. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour news.
The superintendent bill is moved forward in the Senate. It would keep the government open for a few more weeks. The bipartisan bill would keep money flowing until mid-November to give Congress more time for a long-term package. But House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said no. The writer's strike officially over. The WGA accepted the agreement worked out with Hollywood Studios. That means writers can go back to work. Union members still have to vote to ratify the new contract. UPS is hiring 10,000 full and part-time seasonal workers across Southern California. Company says nearly 80% of the available jobs do not require an interview. For package handlers and driver helpers, hourly pay starts at $21 an hour. Driving jobs start at $23 an hour. Sunny skies, highs in the 70s to mid-80s to the beaches and metro areas, 80s to low 90s to the valleys, IE, and Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Macy's Backstage. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Let's go to the KFI in the sky. We've got a stall in Culver City.
No problem in your drive there. North side of the 405 at Blossom. Looks like a stalled pickup truck in the middle lane. This added to goes all the way back to 105 North side of 405. I was 105 pretty much all the way up to Vantage Boulevard, almost to the 10 actually. Southbound side of the 405, yeah, it's slow, starting at about Sherman Way as far as the really rough stuff. It stays slow past the 101, past the Ventura Boulevard exit there, all the way to the Sunset Boulevard exit there on the southbound side of the 405. You're getting a lot of company there. If you are trying to head to Colton, 215 southbound before Mount Vernon crash there on the right shoulder. That's got traffic slow for the 10. Real cool driver, KFI in the sky.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? Here's a hint. All fun for $25 and under. Like short races, party starters, cracker pants, dresses, and more. Find the latest trends and new arrivals at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. I'm Tyler at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive.
I'm sure our friend Masturbator will. I'm sure our friend Masturbator will love this. But Masturbator, did you know that I am considered non-binary on my license by the state of California? Here, I'll show you. Yeah, exactly. That's why I did it, because they're going to be giving scholarships to kids of non-binary parents. I know. So I've been non-binary for 2 years. Exactly. Another thing that I did. Another thing that I did is I have a hat on in my driver's license. So, you know where it says whether you're male or female? No, it's a hat. It's this hat. But so instead of having a male or female where it says sex, it has an X. I agree. That's right. They're starting to give people $1,000 a month if you're non-binary in some cities. Exactly. Exactly. So you're exactly right. I leaned into it and I embraced it. And so now when anybody ever wants to attack me, then it's like, well, that's trans hate. Agreed. Exactly. But in reality, in reality, the real reason why I did it is if you look at least sexuality, we're all bisexual. Everyone, even though I'm very heterosexual and you guys are all very heterosexual, if I put you, may I please speak? May I please speak? So if I put you on a desert island with only guys and you only have guys there for 50 years, you'll get so bored, you'll eventually end up fucking a dude. The same with a girl. Exactly. So, and then additionally, we're moving towards not just transgenderism, but transhumanism, where we live forever. And so, exactly. So I wanted to embrace the idea of transhumanism and the idea that we may live forever, perhaps using mind uploading technology and using life extension technology. Well, nevertheless, that's how I justify being X on my driver's license. And it's like this. And if anybody ever attacks me on the internet and they're like, "Oh, well, you're anti-gay or you're anti-woman or you're anti-man," it's like I already beat you to the punch. So then I can say to people, I can say to people, if people are like, well, I'm transgender, it's like, okay, well, I'm non-binary, and they can be like, well, and I'll ask them, have you changed your gender on your ID? And most of them have not. So I've been non-binary longer than they've been non-binary.
Okay. And he tells me, your insurance plan, your policy is up in November. I go, yeah, I know. And so let's talk about renewal. How much it's going to cost? Because I don't think they understand, Bill. There is no renewal. Your company is leaving the state. There is no renewal with this company. I mentioned a few others. So now they left also. Oh, what the hell is going on? And he said, you are in a house that may very well be either impossible to insure, and if it isn't, then what I do is go on with the California Fair Plan, which insurance companies throw into this fund so people can get insurance. But it's only fire insurance, no liability insurance. I'm afraid their neck in my house is my problem. There's a flood, if a pipe bursts and I get flooded out, that's my problem. It's only for fire, and it's seriously expensive. Great. That's what I need. Well, obviously, California's a big market. Californians are leaning on this place. And one of the things about California is that insurance is regulated in this state by an insurance commission who has virtually all encompassing powers. He is the wizard of Oz.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos isn't considered the elite. If you want to know who they are, it's the Astors, the Bundys, the Carnegies, the Collinses, the DuPonts, the Rothschilds, the Russells, the Reynolds, the Rockefellers, the Windsors, the Lees. There are 13 families that basically rule the world, and those are them. That's absolutely true too. Like the Medicis. The Fugers.
We're starting here. You can argue all you want. Why? Private company, we're outdoors. So, everybody realizes, the insurance commissioner realizes that we have to change the way we deal with insurance companies in this state. The system by which right now insurance is regulated and dealt with, insurance companies can ascertain the risk. Like when you buy life insurance or actuarial tables, they look at, in total, how long are you going to live? What are your chances of dying? How are you going to die? When are you going to die? And here's your premium. This is what you're going to pay a year, and you fall within those risks. And then you claim it. Right? If you die too early, they didn't claim it. If you die a million years later, they do. All right, fair enough. Well, I mean, the same thing happens with insurance companies. But they can only look at past data. What they're not allowed to look at are modeling future problems. For example, looking at wildfires and climate change. Okay, if we look at wildfires and climate change, we are now modeling how these fires are going to be based on our modeling, based on our basically predictions that do that. Insurance companies don't do that. They have to only look at past incidents. Well, what happens is when past incidences are past and changes are so rapid, looking just at the past
exactly.
is helpful.
Some sort of parasite in the brain and some sort of parasite on the soul, too. That's what people are acting so crazy.
Insurance companies are saying we have to
That's what a demon is.
other methods of determining the risk.
Parasites, dude.
Guess what?
Totally. Energy parasites and physical parasites. They're bad for you. They make you go crazy, act crazy, and not act in your best interest with your higher self's alignment. It's not good. You gotta eliminate all parasites. Everything they're pushing today is to spread parasites. That's right. Sugar, you eat everything. And that's the thing, every animal on the planet goes through a yearly anti-parasite regimen. You know, every pet does a deworming thing, deworming pill. Not human beings. Why is that? We consume the same kind of foods. Why didn't they like ivermectin? They hated ivermectin. I take ivermectin at least once a year. And why not? It's super good for you. Why the fuck would you? Yeah, that was corrupt.
I really like you because I'm not even invested in this shit. I'm not fucking like these cunts because it's like, holy shit.
Buy back.
Thanks, mate.
Buy bro. Appreciate
I wanna get in this Bitcoin shit, but it's spit out of my budget at the moment. So,
Well, I mean, you can just buy like 100 Bitcoin. It's like, I don't know, what is that, like $10 or something? I don't know.
no, it's all speculation and stuff. Where's it gonna go?
Where do you think it's gonna go? Where do you think it's gonna go?
Fucking go.
Where get?
I'll say this absolutely blowing up and it will fucking skyrocket. It's that fucking good, man.
You gotta get your hands on all the Bitcoin you can get, man.
Yeah,
we don't get anything out. Fuck that. It's crazy. This is cheap. I know, the best we're gonna go easily for $2 billion. Ever knows the best coin. It's on sale. It's been on sale for a while. It's crazy. Like a few weeks. Good deal. Like 30% off, 70% off. Soon it's gonna go crazy. Yeah, way past all-time highs. It takes one cuckoo catalyst. We can sort of figure out what that's gonna be next, but you guys just check what's going on. Check the charts. But we gotta show
I'm just the G, whatever the fuck they call it.
You're a G. You're a G. You gotta hold. Buy and hold. Never fire or die. Stick with Bitcoin.
Nah, I want a picture.
All they're saying is, let us consider climate change.
Yeah, let's fuck this kind of way.
And then you can burn down my house all you want.
Yes, exactly. And I'm looking at this crazy atomic moon phase. Oh yeah, let's watch the fights. Fuck it. Thank you, Rabbi. We need this. This is the best.
Okay.
Morning fight porn is very bullish. The moon phase. I don't know if this is which makes you watch. That makes you watch crazy, super advanced moon phase, atomic power. I'll put his jobs in there. Wait, this is cool. I've never been anything watch, for watch, or it's kind of cool. What the fuck is that? I'm curious about that. Well, I'm watching this. That's it. Oh, police chases is cool too. That's sick. We like that.
I agree.
Yeah, Bobby's police chase video. So good.
Please climb walk when you say fuck away.
News brought to you by Sweet James Accident
Just screenshots of shit.
has come to an end. The Writers Guild
Searching for shit.
the deal reached Sunday with the studio.
Searching.
WGA member Mark Blackman says he couldn't
What's
believe
good,
it
Nas?
was the news.
Hey, y'all down south?
Yeah. Yeah. Down south, Australia. Yeah.
Union members to ratify both the New York has ruled former President Trump committed
Yeah, pussies. I can still look down here. Yeah, I get beer on tap and shit. You drinking the streets there? Or is it illegal?
You drinking the streets there, or is it illegal?
Oh,
Like I'm in Canada, I'm not drinking the streets. Bullshit.
I was drinking over, man. So expensive, pubs and shit.
Yeah.
Fucking unbelievable, yeah. $10 a beer at the pub. So what the fuck? Fuck off. Oh, $10 a fucking beer. Oh, fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's like that too, up in Canada here.
Canada?
Yeah,
Oh, I think Canada's really good, eh?
it's pretty alright.
Oh, Australia, Canada, more friends are going to Canada.
Oh, yeah. Well, Canada is. You guys are funny, man. You so many Australians over here. So funny. You guys just got a good sense of humor and shit. Where they go, like, shit. I don't know.
I guess probably wrong, you got it, because they just come to put up with us.
Yeah, you guys are good shit. Stirs my age.
Yeah, it is. Good. Well, it's fucking nails. Yeah, it's good, you know. God. And my hands and
There's some babes.
oh, fuck yeah.
But yeah, he's wow, man, fucking wow. So fast and shit. But there's some good chicks out there still. That's for sure.
Yeah, what's that? Canadian chicks now. Fuck I just got on I've got Niagara Falls for you, man.
Yeah, we got that shit's Yeah, fuck that. You guys have got so much. You got like rainforests, fucking deserts. Whole city. Your city's like people in ours. You know, ours is so good. It's got like a lot of places don't really have assholes.
Yeah, a lot of people live on the ground, say, Canada and
We're like retarded cousins, you know? Australia and Canada. You guys got the desert, we got the snow.
yeah, it is, basically the same, but
Yeah, history's like super similar. Anyways. But not, we don't have that French shit.
we need to leave us,
Yeah, it would cost though, but you ordered in the guy for that, and then it's like, oh shit, what's going on now? You know, whatever, his trill's gonna be gone soon.
we're legal once week, and we're sitting here as a developing country or whatever, so then you might legalize weed, but what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing, really? You know, this country that just, thank God, just legalize weed, but you ain't my fucking legalize weed, you fucking idiots. Are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, it's pretty well. Like, the way we did it, dude, is like super, it's like governmental still, you know? Like, they kind of legalize it, but it also illegalize a lot of things, which is like hella gay. It's weird. Before, in a nice gray area where you just grow your own, and you know you're breaking the law, but yeah, whatever. Like, if you're gonna get caught, you get caught. But now it's like, oh, you only have 4 plants in your household. Fuck. Yeah, you're not supposed to grow more than like 4 plants in your house or something, you know, or like, technically you're not supposed to buy it from the dealer, you know, they want you to buy it from government stores. It's like all that. And the government weed is like way poor quality of like pure, like it's like super dry, you can crush it between your fingers, it just turns to dust. It smokes like shit, and it's apparently all irradiated because they blast it radiation to kill everything, you know, because they want it to be super clean, no fungus, you know, all this shit, but they like x-ray all the weed before the packaging. Fuck all that, man. I want my shit out of here. I'm like growing my baby. What's going on? The nice thing going on is they're in like a nether stone where they operate on mods. So you go to the resort and they almost full where you can just like walk in. They got all kinds of jars lined up. You can smell it, look at it, and all that. But if you go to the government stores, it's like it locks down like an Apple store. You can't see it, you can't smell it, nothing. You know? It's like, fuck. So, yeah, pros and cons, you know, the way they did it, it's just a little top down.
Absolutely. Oversight because all this government down here may show you what it went but they just drinking a lot. The most fucking relief fucking shit ever. It's like, you just have to fuck your head. They don't have any legal for us, but it's fucking idiot. Everyone smokes it. Everyone smokes it. And you fucking want to make it's done. It's fucking government.
Travis King, that U.S. soldier who switched across the border between South and North Korea.
Fuck off, mate.
And the U.S. Army has him. We'll see what happens.
Like older people smoke too. Like it's like they got 60-year-olds and 50-year-olds like that smoke shit.
Why it takes so damn long?
Dude, like the man more. Where are those, dog? What? Those smoking pot when I was fucking 90 years old.
Amazon sells everything to everybody. The other day,
That's pretty good, bro.
internet marketing.
I can't smoke it anymore because of my job. Well, we get drug tested.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Just fuck me, really?
What the government is saying in 17 states
Because the THC stays in your system
what you're doing with
for like a month or whatever.
the FTC.
Yeah, it's like longer than anything else.
Promotes its own platform.
It's not a swab test, it's an actual piss test. It's like, fuck sake, you know what I mean?
E-commerce marketplace for distribution.
You got a piss test.
Plenty of companies rely on significantly off of Amazon. I can't tell you how
Yeah,
many
it's savage.
thousands
A lot of the boys out in the rigs, like the oil rigs,
distribution.
would do like cocaine and shit because it doesn't show up in his test for like 2 days or some shit.
Other services at Amazon.
The place in Australia where I'm from, Waiting Grove,
And services. You have
some
to take Amazon
fucking
services.
good
Buy
place.
everything that they do, which is a
Yeah, when I was getting
benefit.
on my fuck the way Big Brother,
Company cannot sell
That's
its
right.
product anywhere else than on Amazon. In other words,
Yeah, it's
if you
probably
have a
actually
product and you're
crazy,
selling on
like
Amazon,
good for
they're not
growing
selling
there.
anywhere else. And if
Oh,
you-
it is.
otherwise, you violated the policy.
because of the weather.
And sellers have what?
Yes, it's fucking no
And the
good
FTC
for
is saying higher
places
prices
have
for consumers,
fucking
the
cider.
worst consumer experience,
Yeah,
and the way
you know that,
they go for ranking,
fuck.
their products are always on top of the list.
They only rate changes, we just say fuck off, keep doing it, you know, it's kind of how it worked here. And that what they're doing with mushrooms and shit in Canada now, like people open up stores selling hallucinogenic mushrooms and shit. See how long they can stay open until they get shut down, and just open up somewhere else, like pay the fine, and open up somewhere else.
I think it's gonna happen damn year. Man, yeah, we fucking things comes over when people in the day, fuck you. I'm sick of it.
My partner and I have this as
What are you gonna get this your
we
fucking
sell through Amazon. They take about 40%.
pharmaceutical shit? Oh,
And the
fuck
only
you,
reason
fuck
we
you.
do it, we make very, very little money. Amazon makes all the money.
Pharma
It's just easy.
shit. We want
It's
pharma
easy, we
shit.
have some volume, it pays the electric bills, and that's
Just
basically
wait all that
that's what
fucking
Amazon
shit
does.
you want to
They
give
make
us
buckets of money.
It makes you
So you
nice,
put all that
man.
together, and you've got a company that is being alleged
Just
is violating.
like it's in the best intention, but like
And the government
side
said, we're not putting aside, we're not putting off the table, breaking up Amazon, which the government can do. Right? Years of litigation, but they have done it before. They've done it with massive companies. They did it with AT&T. But AT&T dominated the entire phone industry in this country. Long distance, and super long distance, local. I mean, they had it all. They owned the phone lines, everything. What the government did, split it up. And you're done. AT&T became AT&T, and then the little Bell company, the regional Bell, which of course all that merged into cell phone. But they broke up this huge corporation. There was a lawsuit against IBM. And it went for 10 years. And then the judge retired. And a new judge came on. Who said, it'll take 10 years for me just to read what's here that's come up for the previous 10 years. Government dropped it. That would take another 10 years just to catch up. Big stuff. Big
just gonna see what happens.
So maybe Amazon is going to be a little fair, or Amazon's going to fight the government. It's big enough to do that.
The pharmaceutical
Signed up. The Scientologists fought the government and won.
hands off. They got fuck yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want to share that with you?
Some people say they're like breeding like weed with like certain terpenes, you know, like different terpene smells and shit, give you different effects essentially. And Bercine is the one that makes you like couch locked, like can't move, lazy, just all that shit. And you know, people are saying they're breeding all the government weeds like high mercy, so it kind of just like making people passive, chilling. Like that's the way it's going, but like, you know, that's not how the weed was like 10 years ago, and then with the high mercy content, people like that vibe for sure. People just want to zone down a lot of times, so it's kind of attractive, but it's just like sedating the masses, right? Like kid 20 years ago, so shit, this scum points, man, fucking hell. Yeah. Oh, funny shit smells. You can feel that shit, boy. It's fucking crack breaking your brain. That funny chemical shit also. Really like juice it up, like make it bring out like a lot of it's not natural way to produce it, but you're making it produce things that it wouldn't normally produce. You just have that much more influence. They grow these fucking chemicals, so what the fuck do you grow this shit with? Like I grew up it, and I find like my best ones still are just the ones that I didn't do like dirt, feed it compost, and like you just get like the best weed most every time. Fuck around chemicals, you just end up burning them, or they're like blackened or some shit. You gotta be, I'm not a chemist of weed, but I'm just like I go old OG style, like old school. In the dirt. Yeah. You know, that chemical shit is the sun don't comes bad boy, but shit, you know, just naturally. Marijuana, man.
Before you walk out the door,
What kind of brains are meant to have cannabinoid receptors, like right in, you know, the cannabinoids in breast milk and shit. We all are, you know, we're meant to be in range of this shit versus like we grew up in this shit in history. Maybe not in quantity that we have now, that's for sure. Like it's excessive how much, like you can get weed so cheap in Canada now, you know, $30, $40 ounces. Good weed. It's just everywhere. But that's sweet. Oh, sliding the shit was 10 years old. Give me some more. Smoking all shit. Oh, fuck. Well, all this horrible shit about counting me out. Hydroponically feeding it lots of chemicals and popping in the air, so I get that way, you know, it's what the hell I thought. Shit, it's fucking
How long have you been struggling with your weight?
natural bush weight, yeah.
Yeah.
Not the way it wants to grow. It's curved.
Minimally invasive weight loss procedures, no bags, no gimmicks,
Paris, Master is in chat, and I gotta bounce.
covered by most
It's not
PPO
my day.
insurances. Call
Have a good evening there, buddy.
That's 1-800-937-8633
Bye.
or visit westmedical.com.
We're getting close to the end of the summer, but it's still pretty hot out there, which means now is a perfect time to tune up your air conditioner. This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and you've been running your AC hard all summer. It's had months to pick up dirt and grime, for parts to wear out, for lubrication to pick up and dry out. It's just not cool like it should. It would be a miracle if it was running at even 50% efficiency. Call Service Champions today for an $88 precision tune-up. It's a thorough 90-minute, 26-point process that will get you back to full efficiency, keep your home more comfortable, and have your AC in great shape for the next year. Pick up the phone and call Service Champions today to schedule your $88 precision tune-up. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
At Southern California Edison, we're building toward a safer future by installing electrical wires with protective coating. We're helping reduce the risk of wildfires and potential power outages. Coated wires are an important tool in reducing the threat of ignition from blown debris and fallen tree branches. It's all part of our ongoing efforts to strengthen the grid and keep our communities safe. Learn more about the progress we're making to mitigate wildfire risk at SCE.com/events.
They should keep tell us a story. I'd be like, what do you want to hear? Oh, this is really fucking blurry.
Well, now that we caught up, I guess we'll see you later.
What's up with this? It's really
Oh,
blurry.
really? Oh, no wonder I'm starting to feel all shy and giggly.
It's so blurry.
They're building a prison inland. No wonder the beauty parlor's been so crowded lately.
But how about what are you going to tell a story?
And we were wondering if maybe you'd be interested in giving a video on the ground. I know you got a big garage. It's beaches.
Try them.
That couch under him is hardly ever made.
Are you sure? And be a bundle. Everyone in this town's gonna get rich.
Really? Great, thank you. Please.
Look, guys, I'm sorry. That's all right. Maybe I'll apply to be a guard. Get me as a guard.
I think there's a hostage.
Look at you. Come on, Bob. Yeah, okay. You know.
Like Angry Story? What story? What time is university class?
One last thing to wonder about.
What would be the time?
Well, if you're any good at the sex, I won't need to use the wire.
1:40 p.m. Time of the Oxford Sun. What channel? Oh, one dancing shit channel. BBC. Are you done? I don't know. What kind of story you want? If you tell us a story about fun stuff. About what do you want to know? There's you guys. Tell us a story about when you first got to university. Okay. My whole life I just wanted to go to university. That's all I wanted. If we haven't covered that. And I wanted to go to university if I haven't included that, and I still want to go to university. Honestly, I don't want to say I peaked, but it's like after I did that, I fucked up a whole bunch of my parents' mind, but still they had like nobody could ever take that away from me. Really? Yeah. And that was important. I could get 3 lifetime bans from there, but nobody could ever take that away from me. You should tell us about the lifetime bans. When were they? All right, so the first one, kids. What does a lifetime ban include? It means you are not allowed back on campus. You have 3 of them? Well, yeah. Are any of them in effect now? Fuck, how do you get 3 lifetime bans, people might ask? From a place that you love so much. Why do they hate you so much? I don't know, but okay, so how'd you get a lifetime ban? What should I do? Tell us about lifetime bans. All right, be me. I am living on Phil's couch, and Zam house, still something. Zam house. Anyway, and what happened is Yosh lived in Zion's first and second year, I think. What happened? First and second year? No. Yeah. And so what happened? He moved there, my guy. So what did you do? How'd you get banned? Did you ever meet Yosh though? No, not to my knowledge. So what happened? I was living on Phil's couch, and I had really good grades my first semester, and it looked like I was going to be able to transfer. And my friend Phil and I didn't get into university March 19, 2004. So this was March 17. It was around St. Jack Tricks Day. And what up, baby? Thanks, baby. Yo, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna die. Anyway, so I can't believe I fucking traded away this receiver. He's really good, and I'm just pissed off. Okay? You should be like, it's okay. It will live. Anyway, so then what happened? Like Phil and I were able to put down some serious brewskis. And I lived on Phil's couch for many a weekend. And why did Phil let me do all this? He's a good friend, but also I could bring over girls at the drop of a whim, so I was like an important ally to have. But he's a good guy. Let me live on his couch. But so did Luke Barnyard and Nolan. I don't remember Nolan's last name, but I remember Nolan's from Clovis, California, which is near Fresno. And he was on the men's volleyball team, which wasn't it was a club sport, but it would be big. Men's volleyball team in the future. Anyway, I got to know these kids in John really well. And, they're first year students, so they don't really know anybody. And I'm not saying I brought in a whole lot of girls to this. I brought some, not a whole lot. Why? Because those guys could be animals. And I would bring in just enough shit as I needed to be able to live there. How long did you live there? I don't know, probably like every weekend when I wasn't living there, I was living on the back of my taxi and I caught some chips. Anyway, I remember college game day was going to be there. And so it must have been a Michigan game, something like that. And Phil and I, we woke, it was around this time. It might not have been exactly this. It might have happened on a Thursday or something, but this kid, Andy, who's a nice kid. From where is he? Naperville? There's some shit near Chicago. So he's from Chicago. Anyway, he was in Phil's room, and his family used to own the art supply store and in town, and it was a really big family, really nice family. Anyway, so Andy was in Phil's room, and we were all drinking. And Andy, I'll never forget this. It's like it happened in slow motion. Andy was like, "Hey, Phil, do you mind if I use your computer for something?" And Phil's like, "Sure." or maybe he didn't say that. He was at Phil's desk. Maybe he just said, Phil, you mind if I sit in your chair or something like that. So Phil's like, sure. Andy, and we were just watching like football, I think. And Andy has a beer, and literally in slow motion, I just see him just knock over this beer onto Phil's computer, Phil's brand new computer. I mean, this computer isn't more than a year old. I mean, it's pretty new. And it spills all over, and the whole room's like, oh my God. And Andy lifts up the computer and turns it over, and literally beer is just pouring out of the keys. Just pouring out of the keys. He spilled the whole beer on this computer. And Phil took it so well. He's like, what did you just do? And Andy's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. So they're like, well, let's try to dry it out and see if it turns back on. They wait a day, try to turn the switch on. Just dead at the door now. And shout out to Andy. He bought Phil a new computer for doing this, and which is only the right thing to do. But so Phil lost his computer his first year, and I'm not going to say that's why Phil's grades weren't very good. Phil had such better grades than I did in high school. It would turn out that my grades would be better than his in college. And you could ask every teacher at my high school, you could ask every student at my high school, and you could ask them who will have better grades at the university, and no one would have chosen. I wouldn't have been chosen for any. I wouldn't have even chosen myself. And it just turned out that way. So it was kind of a, I want to say, like, I kind of was able to ease into college a little bit more than Phil. And he had a tough major too. That's why he didn't do that. His major was tough. We both applied as pre-med students to the university. And in my own way, it was fortunate I didn't get in because I had to change my major to something that I basically that I could change with good grades. Phil had to change his major as well from pre-med to psychology because now he's assistant dean of the business school, which is crazy. Anyway, so Phil and I are in his room, and college game day's there, and we wake up for it and we go. But it's weird when college game day's there. There's like not that much to do. I mean, it's like you just see the backs of these guys. It's not like you can drink out on the quad. And so we you can't drink on the quad. And is that the end of the story? No, I mean, it's just like, anyway. But I've been, how many college game days have you been? Like 3? Something like that. How many times have you seen it? Like maybe, I mean, it's really not that big a deal, honestly. You just sit there, unless you're making a sign or something. But even then, it's like, I mean this. If you're at college game day and we're at the university, you're a loser. Really? Yeah, I mean, not to say it's not cool, but it's like there's so much more to do on game day than go and just watch a fucking television show get played. And so I lived on Phil's couch there a lot for many a weekend. It wasn't ever borderline, but it was like, I was there a lot. I was at Simcha Miriam's more though, but I wouldn't spend the night there. Anyway, and I didn't have class on Fridays. University would turn out to have that schedule, and then the university would turn out to have that kind of schedule. But it's such a better schedule to have, where you don't have classes on a
Wednesday, Friday. We just have classes Monday, Wednesday, and Tuesday, Thursday. It's such a better schedule. And then you have a full day off. It's amazing. So Phil and I were excited, and he was excited that I was going to go to the university. I'll never forget. So is this a Phil story? Yeah. Well, Yoshua, dude, take us back. When did you meet Phil? Like, okay, so Phil was he transferred to my high school after 8th grade. So for freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, senior year. So we were friends for 4 years in high school. And Phil is a very good student, and he's very funny. He's almost a savant with music. And he has an excellent memory. Well, this guy sounds great. Yeah. What isn't he good? He's not that good with girls. And not saying that he wouldn't be, but initially he was. And he liked let's say like he liked one of my friends, and but when I first met him, we did not like each other. I shouldn't say that. I liked him. I don't want to say I liked him. He didn't necessarily like me. And why was that? Because I kind of picked on him. How? I just remember I remember I would distract him. I sat next to him in a lot of classes, or like some classes, and I'll never forget, he had this flexi ruler, which is a ruler that's made of rubber that bends. And I'd never seen a ruler like this. It was really new at the time. And I used to take this ruler, and there'd be these chairs. I'll even show you the chairs. We would be on a stage. There's a stage on which when I found out about 9/11. Feels like, I can't believe you're throwing in the chairs. Let's see here. And these ones had padding on them. All right, so they're like this. But they have padding. I've never seen chairs like this before. Okay, so the chairs were... What do you call these chairs? Oh, here they are. Okay, this is exactly it. Padded stack chair. So you see these 3 slits in the back? It feels like I can't believe you're fucking talking about this. These 3 slits in the back. When the teacher would turn their back, I would take his flex. I'd be like, "Can I see your ruler?" He'd be like, "Yeah." I would take his ruler and shove it up his ass, and he would lift up like that to the point where he had to build a little back to this. He had to put books. He had to put books there so that I couldn't slide this ruler up his ass anymore. Anyway, that's how you became friends? No, we then... So I had a friend of mine, my friend Danny, who left. Well, Phil had a best friend, Dan, and I had a best friend, Danny. And Dan and Danny became friends. So Phil and I kind of somewhat became friends as well. But then Danny left, and that left me without a friend. And thus I became better friends with the people who were there. And I would say, I mean, I still don't forgive Danny for leaving the way he did, and he doesn't know it, but it's heartbreaking to me that he didn't tell me he was leaving. He just, one day I called him And I was like, dude, where are you? Like, are you sick? Why aren't you at school? And he's like, no, man, I'm going to this other school. And that was really hard for me to take because I'll never forget where I was. I was on my parents' bed in our house in Granger, and I was worried about him. Like, is he sick? Or did something happen? And it was good for him. It was probably good for me as well because not that I lived in his shadow by any means, but it was always like we were a tag team. We were a dynamic duo. And then I had to be more independent. Is that the end of your story? No, this is about Phil though. So Phil and I were, when did you get to be friends with Phil? Well, Phil played on the soccer team, he played on the basketball team, and I was never academically eligible, so I'd go to their games, and so I got to get to know Phil better there. And then Phil would play football. I mean, like, it was a small school, so we just developed friendships, and I became friends with Phil in the football field, and then just in class and stuff. And again, since Danny left, I needed more of a friend. And Phil is very smart, he's very funny, and he's very good at music. And those are three of my interests as well, like intelligence, for being quick-witted, and well, one thing Phil and I always had in between us is we weren't the same religion. So, and Danny and I were. So it was like we were never going to be as close as Danny and I were because we had these differences of opinion on things. And I would say at the time Phil was more liberal than I was, believe it or not. And so we could have intelligent debates together, but we didn't see eye to eye on some things. But that didn't mean we weren't friends. And our friendship grew closer when I would have him over to our house and we would play video games. So we play video games, and I'd have people over after his basketball games and stuff, and then we go over to his parents' house, and we just, I want to say, when we kind of got to be pretty good friends was, I think this was sophomore year, and we had to do this math project together, and I had three kids on. Is that what it was? I think so. There were three kids. I had three partners on this project. My friend Simon, my friend Michael, and my friend Phil. And this is where I learned is it better to have, when you're doing a project, three, at least this is how I found, is it better to have four pretty smart people or like one very smart person and three not so smart people? And it's always good to have that outlier person, that really smart person on your project. Anyway, so I think there were the four of us on this math project together. And I think that was maybe the first time Phil came over to my house. And then, and I could be wrong on that, but it was something like that. And I can tell you, Phil took very good notes, and I was needing to improve in school. So he was a good person kind of to connect with on some things. Anyway, Phil and I then became better friends. We were both huge fans of the university. And, you know, when we were in high school, you know, our parents didn't want us drinking, and they didn't want us doing drugs, and they didn't want us having sex. So they were really nice, and they would allow us to have each other over at each other's house to just spend time on the weekend night so that we stayed out of trouble. And Phil did not have a PlayStation, but I did. And so a lot of times I would take my PlayStation. He would come over to my house and play PlayStation, or I would take my PlayStation to his house, and we would play all night. and into the early morning, and then I would drive home a lot of times. I would. Is that true that you would drive home, or somebody would give me a ride home? And we would play like all night. And we play Madden. Feel like playing Madden, or I don't know if you like playing Madden. We played both college and football, but we played a lot of Madden together. And that was a Michael. And we had this. I had this other game. I talked about it before. There's this ESPN game where you could play first-person view. But Phil is a big Eagles fan. In fact, he's a big Eagles fan. And that was they got Michael Vick, and he really liked Michael Vick. He liked Donovan McNabb. Anyway, are you done? No. So Phil and I were friends in high school, and then honestly, Phil and I needed to lose some weight, particularly in the summers, and it, or not. That's not when we had to lose weight, but it was when we would find time to lose weight. So we would run in the summers together once we graduated from high school, and it would be a thing where I didn't have a car, and so Phil did most of the driving, and he was very cool to do that. Where because he had a car, and is that the end of your story? No. So what would you guys do? Well, we graduated from high school. Phil got into Zom, and I remember telling him, he asked me what dorm it is that I would choose in which to live, and I told him it would either, at the time, I said either Zom or Fisher for me, because those were pretty big party dorms. Now, Zom more so than Fisher was, but I had friends in Fisher, and Phil was jealous of me because I had friends in college and he did not, and also because I was friends with the girl he liked, and that always bothered him, especially in high school. So the girl he liked did not. She lived by Phil, and a lot of times, well, I don't want to say this was a mean thing to do, but like sometimes my friends in college did not want me to bring guys around, but I could bring girls around. So I would be hanging out with Phil, and I'd be, all right, well, I gotta go home. And he's like, oh, where are you going? And I'd be like, campus. And he's like, when are you gonna take me there? I'm like, you have to understand, like, I'm not allowed to take guys there. It's like, at least they don't want high school guys around. If you can't bring girls, they don't want you, basically. And that's kind of the rule about it's the rule of bars, it's the rule of dorms. They want people who can bring girls. So then I would sometimes drive down the street and pick up this girl he liked, and then we go to college parties together. And he was kind of creepy. Sometimes he would like drive by our house when I would not like to stalk her, but he would see that I was there, and he would like be like, what are you doing there? I'm like, I told you I'm going to campus. I didn't tell you that I was bringing a girl. Isn't that a mean thing to do as a friend? Well, he knew that we would go to campus together, and he knew that I needed to bring girls too. And so I explained to him, like, dude, you're gonna be there next year, and you're gonna have way more girls there than you're ever gonna want, or you're gonna have way more guys there than you're ever gonna want, and you're gonna want people to bring girls. So, and it's not like this happened a lot. This might have happened a couple times though. And then, so we graduate. I don't get in, but we start running in that summer to get in shape. And he would come a lot of times, and he'd either come to my house and I would drive to campus, or he would drive to campus. As I recall, he drove to campus more often though, and because he had a car, and we would park at the bookstore, and they'd have university used to. I don't know exactly what it was, but like they would have people in the community to come and play basketball under the lights, and that was a cool thing. That it was kind of, the university has this town and down mentality where they don't want outsiders there, but they allowed outsiders at the bookstore to play basketball. So we go there, we'd run, and we have this route where we run. I even remember it. So what is it? I think I remember it. We would run, well, depending on how tired we were, but we would run from the bookstore to that Sinfa Mary's Drive, I think, or it's just known as the Drive on Sinfa Marion Street. So I don't know exactly what it's called, but we would run in between the lakes, and then we would run around Sinfa Miriam's campus and check out girls. There weren't a lot of girls; there would be like nuns. Anyway, we would run on their campus, and then we would run back to Sinfa Miriam's the Drive, whatever you want to call it. Then what? Then we would run around the lake. Then we would run around the lake, something like that, or basically around the lakes. And then we would run, if we were, I remember I was in a little bit better shape than he was, but not by much. And I would wear these exact shorts. I remember I even bought these with Phil. We went to Dick's Sporting Goods, and I bought these. You'll remember these. I know well. These Under Armour. I had an Under Armour outfit. I had Under Armour had just come out, so it was really cool. It was really expensive in comparison. It was like more expensive than Nike stuff. Whereas when it first came out, and they have this advertising campaign. We must protect this house. Yeah. And then what? So we ran. Well, I remember, like, I didn't always have these. And Phil, when it's cold, his nipples would get erect, and he would end up fucking having blood all over his fucking shirt at the end of the night. And we would go running. And I remember, usually I was in better shape than he was. And at the end of the run, I would see how much left I had in the tank, and I would I had a kick, and basically I would run as well as I could back to the car, and then we'd get back to the car, and then we'd go, oh, but we have there's this statue of the Nazarene near DeBartolo Hall, and I called it left-handed the Nazarene, let's just call it, and we used to shake hands with this Nazarene, and sometimes we would run from my house, which was near a high school, to campus. That actually happened too. We would run down I don't know, Colfax to Twickenham. I remember one time at least we did that. All we would do is just run to this fucking statue and shake hands with the fucking Nazarene. So I made that up. And then I also had this thing that I made up. When we would run around the lakes, I would high five people. And that becomes a thing where people would do that. And especially girls. If I saw girls, I would run up to them and high five them. And I want to say, like, our relationship was very much like, not very much, but it was kind of like how Rudy was with, what's John Favreau's character in Rudy, where John Favreau, his guy is like the smarter kid, D-Bob. But Rudy is the one who talks to girls and is like more outgoing. That's even though Phil's very outgoing. When it came to girls and stuff, I was more outgoing. And I'm still not. Everybody can be probably more outgoing to some extent. Anyway, so and I'll never forget. So when was it? It was the night of. Uh, well, we'll get there. Anyway, so it was um, around Simcha Jacktrix Day. I think it was Simcha Jacktrix Day. It was. No, it wasn't. Wait, I think it happened. So it was March. It was gonna be. Um, it was like early March, and I had this idea. Phil, you know how my grades are much better than they're like I'm gonna be able to get in this year hopefully. And he said, yeah. I said, well, I want to do this thing. I want to try to drink 100 beers in 100 hours between uh, during Simha Jacktrix Day, and between the 17th of March and the 19th of March, this is the day I didn't get in. And I said it would be to like commemorate me not getting in, and he was all about it. So we got together our money, and we needed someone to buy the beer for us. And we found someone who would buy the beer for us, and we gave them extra money, I remember. And the one thing they didn't do for us was deliver it. So we had to get it from this person's vehicle and move it into my mom's car. And then we drove my mom's car through the swipe. We parked it in that lot, I forget what it is, and that lot by the health center. And we parked the car. And we get out of the car, and we had all this beer in these like backpacks and these like sports bags. And we start walking towards Zom, and I feels like you go first. I'm like, okay, fine. So I go first, and I start walking, and this cop passed me, and I'm doing my best to make it so that I just look normal and that it doesn't sound like I have a whole bunch of cans in these bags. And I pass the cop, no issue. I turn around and look at Phil, and Phil sees the cop, and he fucked up. Phil immediately does a 180 and runs back, basically after making a U-turn, and runs back to my mom's car. And this cop starts running after Phil. And oh no, what did he do? Phil starts yelling. He goes, oh, hey, I forgot something in the car. So he starts yelling at me, so I'm associated with him. If not, the cop wouldn't have known. And I'm like, what? He's like, I need to go back to the car. Right now. And this cop knows something's up, and he knows I'm identified as well. And the cop says to me, come with me. And so I have to start following him. And then Phil goes to my mom's car, and I unlocked it for him. And Phil, I'll never forget, Phil got in through the driver's side and was just like caught in the middle of the car, and he was just dead still. He was dead still like a deer in the headlights. He's like crawling into the car like this, and the cop's like, what are you doing? And Phil's like, dead still. And he's like, what's your friend doing? I'm like, I don't know. Phil, come on out. Cop's like, what are you guys doing? I'm like, we're planning on, I should just make fun. We're fucked. We knew we're fucked. Like, we're planning on drinking 100 beers in 100 hours to celebrate me having good grades and me being able to transfer to university. And the cop's like, I need to call my supervisor on this one. So he calls the supervisor. Shout out to this man. Officer Bridges comes out. And I'd seen Officer Bridges before. Officer Bridges they get Phil's side of the story, they get my side of the story. It checks out. And he says to me, I say to him, my mom works here. I'm trying to get into university. And we explain to him, they make us pour out all the beers on this like little grass island. And now I'll never forget, they tell Phil, all right, the Office of Residence Life will be contacting you. And they tell me the state of Indiana is going to be contacting you. And I'm like, what? We're doing the exact same thing. It's the first time I really felt like I felt really discriminated for something, though it wasn't. on race or anything like that. It was on where I went to school. And I'm like, we did the exact same thing. You mean he doesn't get it? And they gave me a ticket and for minor in possession. I'm like, you mean I'm getting a ticket and he doesn't? And they're like, that's just how we handle things on campus. So I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. So so Phil goes to his dorm and I go to his dorm and we tell everybody, they're like, where are the beers? And we're like, we got caught. And they're like, oh, you're fucking, like, they couldn't fucking believe it. And at the time, I had on this green leprechaun uniform that it was like a self-made one. It had these master's pants. I had this green, like, cardigan. I had a green jacket, and I had this big Bailey's hat that was green as well. That was like a big leprechaun hat that my dad had. And so I remember we couldn't drink 100 beers in 100 hours because we didn't have the beers. Anyway, we drank some, and I remember as we drank, it was like we did like a power hour or Century Club or something. What's that? Where you take a shot of beer every minute for an hour, and it's like 6.5 beers or something like that. Like only at the university, you know, like all these. It's something like that, depending on how big your shot is. But, and we drank, and then the next day, I had to. What happened? So I knew I was fucked. Anyway, my mom needed her car, and so I had to make sure my mom had her car and like had to drop off the keys to her. And for some reason I had to walk home. So I walked home from campus in this big green leprechaun outfit, and people are honking at me. It's Simcha Miriam's Day, or Simcha Jatrix Day. Everybody's like in a good mood, and they're honking at me, and I'm just like, ugh. Anyway, so I remember having to tell my parents, look, here's what happened. We were going to drink 100 beers in 100 hours, and which would have probably killed us, but nevertheless, in commemoration of this event, and we got caught. So with this, like, well, Phil's just getting what's called res life. Like, he had to go before some kind of panel and tell them what happened at the university, but he didn't get in trouble legally. And I got this ticket, and they told me on Monday to call, and I would get a court date. And they're like, oh boy. So Monday comes around, and I call, and they're like, yeah, we don't have any record of this happening in our system. I'm like, what? They're like, and I remember I had to call the DMV, and like, yeah, we don't have any record of this. I call again I'm like, you must. I got this ticket. They're like, well, you may have a ticket, but we don't have a record of it. I call on Tuesday again. So my dad knew, shout out to Joanne. Joanne's a sweetheart. Joanne always helped my dad. Joanne worked as a dispatcher in the police department at the university. And she could give us some information. So she talked with Officer Bridges, and she knew exactly what happened. And she said to him, hey, you know, Michael is trying to figure out what's going on. And Officer Bridges says, I don't know anything about it. So he ripped up that ticket for me so that I wouldn't get a ticket with the Indiana State Police. So they wrote me a ticket, but I didn't get in trouble. Now, I don't think that would have happened if I remember him saying, so your mom works here? I'm like, yeah. I don't think that would have happened if my mom didn't work there. But nevertheless, it worked. I did get a letter, though, in the mail about a week later saying that I had a lifetime ban from the university. I was like, oh my God. And I remember I was just about to be applying to the university, filling out my transfer application. And on the transfer application, it says, name anything, any criminal offenses that you've ever committed, or something like that. And I remember calling my friend's dad who's a lawyer and a law professor, and asking him, should I put this event down, because I didn't technically get I didn't have to go to court or anything. And he said, well, one of two ways. You can either volunteer the information or not. And he said, I honestly, I probably wouldn't tell him, because you didn't have to go to court for it, and you technically did not commit a crime. You weren't found guilty of a criminal offense. So I didn't. And then so that happened on, I think, May 16th, 2005, 1 year after, like almost a year after I had not gotten into university. So then I applied to the university, and I got in May 26th, 2005. And I'll never forget where we were. I told Phil, we would usually go running, but I remember telling him this one night, I don't feel like running. And he's like, why not? And I'm like, I just don't. Can we just drive around, please? And he's like, sure. So we did. We just drove around the city, and he was like, something's up. Like, what's going on? We were at the corner of Ironwood and Jefferson, right where I went to grade school. And I told him that I got into university, and he'll never forget. I'll never forget. And we celebrated. He was so happy that I got in, because his friend had not gotten it. I would get off his couch, but it was the end of a really nice journey there. But I still had a lifetime ban from the university. She was like, what are you going to... Oh, I remember also when I got this lifetime ban, my friends came over. I remember my friend Ben came over. I think my friend Matt came over, and they were just trying to be there for me and be nice kids. But they came over during spring break. I remember during their spring break, and so it was like, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Like, you're not allowed on campus. So my dad went to the head of the police department, the chief of police there. His name is Rex Rako, and went and explained the situation. Said, look, here's my son's letter that says you banned him from the university. Here's his acceptance letter. What do you want to do? And basically, the left hand didn't talk to the right hand at the university, which is very common. And so they said that they would rescind the lifetime ban because I'd gotten into university, and just don't do anything else again. That would be okay. So I was then allowed back on campus. So for the remainder of my time in school, I would take this letter that said I had a lifetime ban, and I had it above my desk. And all these kids would come in and be like, dude, you have a lifetime ban from the university? What the fuck is this? How'd you get in? And it's like, it was a crazy situation. Now, the Hamish Mowbray Hall, which is where the NDSP is, it would be known as Rex Rako Hall in the future. And there's this bridge on Simcha Miriam's campus that would be known as Officer Bridges Bridge, and he's going to say, I don't know anything about this, but everybody always thought of him as a really great police officer, and he was. And it just shows you, like, for as much as I can think police are, and not just me, but a lot of people can think police are unfair, at least in this part. He really bailed me out of one. And then what happened? Well, so that police stuff. So the police officer who originally stopped us, who told me to come with him and saw Phil in my mom's car, and he's the original guy who's like, you need to pour out the beers or whatever. That guy was way too aggressive as a police officer, and to the point where I think it was my sophomore year, there used to be this cool thing that we would do in the spring and in the fall, where kids in Zom, but other kids as well, would take couches. What were they called? Couches on the quad. And you just take couches and put them out on the quad, and people would be throwing frisbees and footballs and checking out girls and listening to music and doing all kinds of things. People would take their speakers and turn them outside to the street or the quad, and you'd listen to music, and just it was very collegiate. Well, this one kid was on one of the couches and drinking a beer. You're not allowed to drink openly there. I think that might change though. But this same cop who came after Phil and I, or Phil and me, saw this other kid drinking a beer and was like, "Hey, you're not allowed to do that." And this kid drops the beer, runs inside the dorm, and the cop runs in after him. And the cop tases that student. Now, of all the things the university does not want, is its police force tasing these students. You can get arrested, but do not tase the kid. And this cop tased the kid. That cop lost his job that day. And we always thought that cop was a douchebag. Apparently, a lot of people did. And the kid would end up being okay, but I don't think he sued the university. But it was basically like, you don't need to tase someone over drinking a beer on the quad. Like, and I guess he's running away from it. Well, dude, calm down. Calm the fuck down. It's not the end of the world. Anyway, so that's how I got my first lifetime ban. The second lifetime ban was after I graduated from the university. It was a Michigan game. I traveled from California to Las Vegas to Pawnee for the University of Michigan game, which I think was like September 11th, 2008, something like that. It was September 13th, 2008. All right. So I was staying, not with, I was going to surprise my parents at their tailgate. But all my friends, like I still have a lot of friends at the university. And in fact, the majority of my friends are still at the university, and I missed them. And this is going to be my opportunity to see them again and surprise my parents at a tailgate. That's something I always wanted to do. And this was a big game for the university as well. So I shouldn't have done this, but because I had just started law school, but I drove from LA, from Orange County to Las Vegas, and I went and I had my school books for law school in my backpack, and I took in my computer, fortunately, into my uncle's house, and I was showing him my computer, and I didn't know it at the time, but someone would go into my backseat and steal my law school books, which were very expensive and really fucked me over for law school. Without going into that story too much more, my law school books would later be found on the golf course near my uncle's house, which is Stallion Mountain, and but I didn't have access to them, and it really fucked me over not having my law school books. So fuck that person who did that. Anyway, and it was my fault because I didn't lock the car. And I figured it was in a double lock. It was in like a gated. It was in a gated community within another community. But nevertheless, my stuff got stolen. But I would end up traveling to. Not all my stuff got stolen, just my school books, but that's something that I really needed. But I would rather have that happen than losing my computer, which would have been bigger. Anyway, so I then I flew into Pawnee for the game on like a Thursday. And I mean, I shouldn't have done this. It's just like, it wasn't a smart move. But I really miss my parents and I miss my friends. And so I was staying at my friend's house on Ironwood, and we were going to go to the football game, and he had monogram tickets. So here I am thinking like I'm big man on campus, and this is the first game at which my friend and I could drink together legally. And so it was like we could go to my parents' tailgate, and I was going to surprise him. So that's what I did. We walked from his house, I think, to my parents' tailgate, and I surprised them. And I remember people looking at me like, "Look who it is!" Like it was the best surprise I could have ever given them. Now I went and they cried, and it was really good. Now I remember my dad had this like L bracket behind his car, and I hit my shin on it and almost broke my shin when I did this. It hurt so badly. But I got to see them for a few minutes, and then it was time to go into the game. And I had these cargo pants on that were way too big for me, and I put a few beers in my cargo pants, and then I went into the game. And just thinking like, oh, I'm on top of the world. Like I just graduated. Fuck you guys. As we walk in, and we're about to go to our seats, I see these ushers looking at me, and they come up to me and ask me what's in my pants, and I explain them huge cock, like no, aside from that. And anyway, I'm like, oh, I just got some beers. They're like, you're coming with us. I'm like, for beers? You're gonna kick me out of the stadium? They're like, yeah. I explained to them, they're like, so I say to the guy, what's going to happen to me? And they're like, you're going to get a no trespass letter, which is another lifetime ban. So I explained to the guy, look, I just graduated from the university. You're not going to kick me. You can kick me out of the game, but you're not going to give me a lifetime ban for doing this. Again, I'm going to get another one. So I didn't say another one. A lifetime ban into like, you're an alumnus? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, all right, well, normally we take you to there's like a drunk tank and like a little police prison, which I've been in this thing for other reasons. That was a good reason. It was for a fundraiser. Basically, one of my employees paid for me to be in this jail that would for a fundraiser. Anyway, but that was another point. So I remember them walking. I remember saying to my friend, like, hey, can I get your keys to your house? And so that I have somewhere to go during the game. He's like, yeah. So he gives me the keys to his house, and I walked to his house, and I explained to him, look, dude, I talked these guys out of not sending me a no trespass letter, but your dad, I think, is going to get a letter saying that somebody had alcohol in the stadium with using your monogram tickets. My friend is like, oh, no, he won't. Everything's going to be fine. It's no big deal. They just kick you out of the stadium. No big deal. But I had known that this is what the university does. They take your tickets basically, and they give you a no trespass letter if you get caught in being too drunk or if you get caught with alcohol. And because my dad knew someone to whom this had happened, and my dad almost lost his tickets for this, which are actually Joanne's. I talked about her. Shout out to John. They were actually her tickets, and so anyway, it ends up being this process, and I tell him that. So I end up going. We end up partying that weekend. He ends up having a big party, which was fun. But I remember it was like it wasn't his. He didn't have a party house. Like his next door neighbors were like normal people, and so we had to be quiet and all this other stuff. And we, his brother owned the house, and that's why he lived there. Anyway, I traveled back to Pawnee, or from Pawnee. Well, I was in Pawnee, and I remember asking, hey, is there any way we could swing by my parents' house and I could say bye to them? Because like this is going to be the last time I see them until I don't know when. And he's like, yeah. And I remember my parents they're like, well, you didn't spend any time with us. I'm like, guys, I was only in town for a few hours. Like, I mean, like, I don't know, 48 hours or something like that. It was not a long time at all. So I got to go back to, I'm going to I got to catch a flight. And so I remember just saying bye to them. And then and then I got back. There's all these things, like my school books were stolen and all this stuff. I had to explain to my professors, and they empathize with me as best as possible. But that still didn't mean that my grades were going to be good or anything like that. Anyway, my friend then tells me like a month later, goes, and he's like, yeah, you were right. My dad did get a letter in the mail. And now whenever he told me, now whenever he gives me those tickets or gives them to anyone, he tells the people, you cannot drink, you can absolutely not drink. So shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Moore. I still feel badly about this situation. And don't worry, you'll be able to drink in the stadium in the future, so he gives a shit. But yeah, it's just so that's basically my second lifetime ban from the university. My third lifetime ban was, and so Yoshi would be like, so he's like, oh, that's pretty close. I mean, you got letters from the university, basically, and you had to talk yourself out of the second one. The third one still stands. What was it? Well, it's a complicated situation, but basically, I was no longer happy at the university, and I wasn't moving up in my position. I'd been there 5 years, and I felt like I know the university was keeping me down. I should have gotten some. I had documented reason why I should have gotten basically either promotion or at least better. I had very good. Whenever I was there, I had very good um, reviews, employee reviews. But I could have even had better. I could have had perfect employee reviews, and the director who was there, with whom I don't really have a beef, but he would be seen as a big enemy in this. But just personally, I don't have a beef with him. He did not. He only had a limited budget and did not want to give me what I had earned, basically. And I remember I went to my boss and appealed the decision. I went to HR and appealed the decision, and they basically said to me, it's not worth the fight. And I'm like, it is worth the fight. And without going into all of the discussions of what happened, because I could talk about it very openly and proudly for the behavior that I had and what I did. I don't want to go into all of that. But then when I would have reviews from my employees, I had glowing reviews. I was one of the highest rated employees that they even had at the university of any of the people in my position. And so not only was I doing a good job, but the people below me thought I was doing a good job. And people above me, one of them in particular, did not want to give me my due credit, so to speak. And I wasn't happy with the university anymore. And I started applying to other positions and getting them too, getting offers from other positions. And I was, and the university was starting to consider me to move up to get a promotion. So I was in a position where I had a temporary promotion, actually, to assistant director. I don't want to say it didn't come with pay or anything, but I was like a temporary assistant director, which was a high position. And without going into all of the details of what happened, but I'd be happy to. I was basically I went from having, within the course of like 3 months, less than that, I went from having very good reviews and very good. Well, what happened? I rated the person who fucked me in getting promotions. I rated him badly when it came to me rating him. So he didn't want to give me what I had earned, and even though it was totally justified what I had earned, he basically was in his own way discriminating against me. I don't know how else to describe it, but for one reason or another, he did not want to give me the raise that I deserved. And it wasn't about the money. It was about me having achieved what I had earned. And so I gave him a bad review. So he immediately, so my boss at the time, and this was not my boss, it was my boss's boss. My boss at the time was molding me to take his position, at least from a temporary level. So I didn't have an issue with my boss. I had an issue with my boss's boss. My boss's boss started coming after me, and then I went. He because he knew that I gave him a bad review. No one gave him really a bad review. Some people gave him some, but I gave him a very bad review because he fucked me. So I'm gonna fuck you right back. So then what happened? I could tell that the university was coming after me because this guy was coming after me, and I then realized that, you know what, these people do not want me to move up, and it's very difficult from the department in which I was to ever move out of it. I don't know very many people who ever did. I know two. Mike Harvey was able to do it, and he moved to the power plant, and then Michelle Wolverton was able to do it. Aside from those two, nobody else ever. You went there to die. And I just saw other supervisors who were there for 30 fucking years and never moved up. They were held down, and it's still done to this day, where people are discriminated against, where people are held down for incorrect reasons, and at the end of the day, it falls on the director of the department. Anyway, so I felt that. What up, baby?
It is now 9 o'clock a.m.
Thanks, baby. Something's gonna happen on their back. So I was very close with my employees, and they were very close with me, and not just on the night shift, but on the day shift as well. And I saw it. Like, I was in conversations where I knew the university eventually was going to. All these people would lose their job, whether it would be the robots or whether it would be the contractors. And so I felt it was in their best interest to start a union, and because I wanted to protect their positions. Not only that, but people were just scratching by, and the university was not raising wages, and inflation was going up. Still, university not raising wages. So I had the opportunity I interviewed with another company, international paper, and I got a job, a different job in a different state actually. And I had still been applying to other positions as well, and I had opportunities potentially at General Motors in Detroit and some other places as well. But I had a standing offer with an organization in Michigan, and I was going to leave the university. And what ended up happening, without going into all of the, I talk about this at other points, but so I don't want to, this is about just how did you get the bands. I don't want to go into every single thing that happened to me, because I'll talk about that again at length if needed too, and I'm sure I will. And I stand by my actions, and I stand by everything that I've done. And I want to say the university, could they do the same thing? Oh, there was another thing the university was doing to me that I didn't like. It was discriminating against me based on gender. It's like, what do you mean based on gender? I'd be like, Yosh, you know parietals? Like, yeah. Like, Yosh, tell me about parietals are. Like, oh, that's when Justine has to leave at midnight on weekdays and 2 a.m. on weekends. And I'm like, and what time can she come in the building? He's like, I don't know, like 9 a.m. Yeah. I'm like, well, Yosh, parietals were the same for when you were an employee there too. So that meant I wasn't allowed, and I was managing girls' dorms. So I couldn't go, and I had to be at work at 7, or before then, 6:30, and my employees started work at 7. But for 2 hours, from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., I wasn't allowed in girls' dorms. It would be, it's fucked up, but it would be okay if that's the way it was, if it was the same, if you were a girl and you weren't allowed in the guys' dorms, but it was not that way. Female supervisors were allowed in dorms from 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. when I was allowed they were allowed in girls or boys dorms from 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. when I was allowed only in boys dorms from 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. I could only go in girls dorms from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. And that is de facto, on its face, discrimination against me. And I would bring this up. I would bring this up before I was even in that position. I would say, that's not right that we discriminate against someone based on their gender. And I was told that it's just how it's always been. And then when I took the position, I didn't like it. And So I started I started making waves that the university was discriminating against me, even though my reviews were all glowing reviews, and from both my employees and my supervisor. I I was mad because the university was discriminating against me. So university started to suspect that I was going to sue them, and I would. You watch. In fact, at the time, I contacted lawyer Alred, and though she didn't take my case at the time, she would in the future because it wasn't worth a whole lot of money. But you watch, it would be a very big case, and I'd be the person to kill fucking Friday. So she should go baby, go, go baby. Anyway, yeah, boy, and yeah, girl, and yeah, then whatever. Anyway, so the university and I were just at a point where it was really interesting because I was being molded for a promotion. I had very good reviews from my employees and very good reviews from my supervisor. But my supervisor, I went after him, so he came after me very hard. And all of a sudden, one day, I was told that what happened? Okay, so this one day, I get this text from my boss that said, I need to see you in my office. And I go to his office right away. And as I come in, they take me into his boss's office. And they say to me, and HR's in there. And they say to me, where were you last Thursday? And I was like caught off guard. Like, why am I here? You guys were molding me for a position. And I had really, and now you're what do you call it? Micromanaging me of my time. So where were you? Do you remember? Yeah. I took a late lunch, as I recall. I took a late lunch to go get my watches. I had a bunch of watches that I had gotten off of like AliExpress or something. They were fake Rolexes, and I took them to get, but I couldn't adjust the bands myself, so I took them all to get fixed at J.R. Fox Jewelers on Drake Road. And Putney never has traffic. But this one day there was a car crash on Cleveland Road when I was gonna take my watches using that route, and I was stuck in traffic for like an hour there. So then I had, well, before then I went and I took my watches to get fixed. On the way to, and I went back to work as I were, but then I went back to my now keep in mind I got my cell phone on me this entire time. Any of my employees can call me, and that's the thing I remember saying to my boss when I first took the position. So let me get this straight. You could never be on campus, but so long as your buildings are clean and your employees are happy, you could always get glowing reviews. She's like, yep, that's absolutely right. Because there were people who did that. There were people who never went in their buildings, and their buildings were very clean, and they just had good teams under them, and they managed the teams well. So anyway, but that was not the case where I was. I just remember I had to get these watches. Like I dropped off the watches, and this was on security camera. And then when they told me, all right, come back in an hour or something like that. And then as I was coming back to get them, I was stuck in traffic for like literally an hour. I remember I had to, and like you never get stuck in traffic at the university or in Pawnee, but I was because there was a car accident that shut down Cleveland Road, and I was stuck between cars there, and I couldn't make a U-turn. And I remember being conscious like of what was going on, that I was late, but I was like, oh, I'm not going to text my boss. It's just, I don't know. We normally had the freedom to do that kind of stuff if we needed. So I then drove my car to go get these watches. I picked them up, and then I went back to campus. And it was at that time that, now the university was suspicious that I wasn't, not that I wasn't doing my job. We had these, I guess I'm from the whole story. We had these quality inspections that we had to do. and we could do them on our own phones that we had to buy ourselves, or we could do them with university provided iPads. My iPad was being fixed, and I was kind of mad at the university at this time because they were just not only discriminating against me, but based on gender, but also, they weren't giving me the opportunities that I had earned there. Also, the raises that I had earned, they weren't giving them to me. So I was like, you know what? Until the person who's supposed to fix my iPad has it fixed, I'm not going to do these inspections. And they did not like that. So I get into the boss's office, and they're like, where were you last Thursday? And I just said, well, I don't. And it caught me off guard. I didn't remember all the things that I had done. I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, well, where you need to be more accountable to yourself. And I'm like, what is this about? And then I did remember, and I remember saying, wait a second. I explained to them, I went and I got these watches adjusted, and then I came back to work, and I was at work till like 5 p.m. for an hour and a half later than I should have been, because I even said to my boss, I said, I remember saying bye to you in the parking lot. You were leaving, and I was still on campus, and I said bye to you. Basically, they picked the wrong day to say that I wasn't doing my job or wasn't at work, because I was at work. I was there for I was supposed to be there for 8.5 hours or something like that, and I was there for 9 hours. It just wasn't exactly in the time slots that they wanted, but that was normal in our job. So I realized that these people just want me out. And I was also having issues with my sleep schedule. We would have meetings at 4 a.m., at 7 a.m., at 5 p.m., and at 10 p.m. And we were always on a different schedule. It was difficult. And I had sleep apnea, and I was just diagnosed with sleep apnea, and I was trying to work things with my sleep machine. There was a lot going on at the time. So, but that isn't to say my employees were always taken care of. Ask any one of them. They could always call me, and I would answer on the first call, on the first ring, and I'd always take care of them. All their emails were always answered and professional. Everything that I needed to do for my employees, I always did, and I stand by that. They will say I was the best supervisor they ever had, and perhaps the best supervisor that university has ever seen. And I can really stand by that. I'd be like, yo, I absolutely stand by that. So I could tell that the university wanted me out. Why? Because I gave the boss's boss a bad review, and he tried to pick on me for some bullshit reason why I wasn't there when I was there. And I even said bye to my boss at the time. I mean, it was like, you picked the wrong day. And all the other days they could have picked, why weren't you here? They picked the wrong day. And I remember looking at them, and I said to my boss, I said bye to you in the parking lot. How are you going to say that I wasn't here? I remember saying bye to you. You were going to he had a Honda Pilot. I said, I remember waving bye to you as you got into your vehicle. And he had forgotten that. And so then my boss's boss was like, well, nevertheless, we basically you should have been on campus. And there was a car accident on Cleveland Road. I had to get these watches, and then also that I had at the time I had a couple things going with my health. I had a deviated septum, and I was going to a doctor to see that, and so I had to miss a couple of days of work for that, and then not a couple of days of work, just like a couple of hours of work, just to go to the doctor. And then I had a sleep study that I had done, and I had to get my sleep machine adjusted. But you were usually allowed to do that kind of stuff. And that's why you had basically sick time. You could use that time for that kind of stuff while you were. And the reason why I had to do it is because usually I'm at work all day, and usually I had to miss a little bit of work in order to go to these doctor's appointments. Anyway, university, the boss's boss did not like that and took aim at me. And so I started applying to other positions. Where she's like, well, that shouldn't get you a lifetime. No, it shouldn't. Then what happened? So actually, for one of the jobs that I did get, I'll just tell the story. I applied
I had permission, and I asked. They were pushing me on the way out. I can even remember my boss's boss telling me about the company international paper to which I was applying because he had worked for a competitor, and he said, I said to him that I got a position, I got an opportunity. And normally you don't talk about leaving the university. Nobody really leaves the university. Guys, he kept pushing me out, and so I said I got a job interview in I forget where it was, like Buchanan, Michigan, or something like that, and something like that. Anyway, Three Rivers, Michigan, I think it was, and I need to take some time during the day to be able to go to this, and I'll make up the time. Um, well, they're like, you don't have to make up the time. It's fine. Just go do what you need to do with this job. So I am in a suit and tie, and I remember I have these patent leather shoes that I wore, the shiniest shoes you could have worn. And I applied for this, or I interviewed for this position in front of what kind of interview was it? It was like a board interview. There were like a bunch of people there, and they were asking me questions. It wasn't just like a one-on-one with 3 people. There were like 5 or 7 people there who were asking me questions, and then I get back to work, and it was just about time for us to go home. And here I am in a suit and tie and my patent leather shoes and everything, and I had a doctor's appointment to get my my CPAP machine fixed at, or is that what it was? I don't think that was it. I think I had a doctor's appointment to go see the ear, nose, and throat doctor at the South Bend Clinic after work, and because I was still having issues, they had done a deviated septum surgery on me, but I still have this issue where I have like a flap in my nose. Anyway, so I was trying to get that taken care of, and I was in one of the boss's offices, and she and I were just talking about life. When over the radio, I get a call from one of my employees that says that there's a flood in one of the halls. I think it's Teal Hall. I don't even remember, don't even give a shit. And I was kind of at my wit's end with this university, to be honest with you. And so they said that there was a flood. And normally when there's a flood, when it's at night and there's no support staff there, you go and you take on the flood yourself. And so I've fought many floods in my life, and I know how to do it. But I was there, and I was in a suit, and I didn't have a change of clothes, and the support staff was there. And I remember saying to one of the bosses, I said, there's a flood. My staff's there. I'm talking to them on the phone, and they're there. They're cleaning it up, and we're gonna have the flood trucks basically there very soon. So, and it's time for me to go. And this all happened after my shift had ended. And keep in mind, they didn't say you had to stay late or anything like that. It was just an expectation that you would, particularly with the flood. But I remember being like, well, I've got a place to go. I've got to get to this appointment, and I've got, and I'm in a suit. So it's not like I can fight the flood myself. Well, they expected me to go there, miss my appointment, do whatever, after work, after I'm not being paid anymore, and to fight the flood with my employees while I'm in a suit and tie and slacks and these leather shoes. And I just was like, you know what? This is not, you're taking advantage of it, basically. That you're pushing me out, but then now you want my help for a flood. And I was like, no. So I made sure, I called my team leader, and I'm like, is everything okay there? She's like, yeah, we got it taken care of, and they've got the flood trucks here, everything's fine. So I said, fine. And I remember saying to not my boss, but like someone who was over me, I said, do I have to go there if there's a flood? And she said, no, not if they've got, your employees are there, and not if we've got the flood trucks there. And she didn't always go to the floods. So when she was a supervisor, she missed many a flood. She just called in her crew leader to do it, and that's for what they were. There was somebody there who was a leader, but also someone who would
help in those types of situations. So I was like, okay, that's fine. And then what? So I get a call from my crew leader later that night after it gets all cleaned up, and they're like, they were the not my employees so much, but the university leadership is not happy with me. And I said, look, I understand they're not happy with me, but they have to understand as well that I hate to say it, but it's not in my fucking job description to fight fires and to fight floods like I have been. And in this particular case, I didn't have a change of clothes to be able to do this. I'm not going to ruin my clothes and my shoes. And also, I mean, normally I just had fought so many of these floods already. There was an expectation of theirs that I would fight another one, and I just was sick of it. And not only that, but it was after my job had ended. So it was after I was supposed to be gone. And it just so happened to happen in one of the buildings that I managed. And I said, look, we had our whole team there, and I made sure of it and basically used my cell phone to be able to ensure everybody was there. I had another member of university leadership that said I didn't have to go. And because she said that we were going to have the flood trucks there and they'll take care of it. So I was like, it wasn't a big deal. And you guys are all getting paid during this. I am not. So had that happened in the past? Absolutely. And I took care of every single one of the floods in person. But at this point, I was really sick of the university. So then what happened? They were not happy with me. And what did they say? I told them that basically I wrote my boss an email saying that I resigned. And then and I was really mad at the university. And it was an emotional email. It wasn't just that. It wasn't mean. It was sad. Like, I'm sad. I remember saying, without going into it all, I just remember not wanting this to be how my relationship with the university is going to end. But I'm resigning and I was getting another position, and I did. So then what happened? I was mad at the university, and I felt the university was taking advantage of me, and they were taking advantage of our employees, particularly for the pay. And for me, for the pay as well. I don't want to go into all of that right now, but basically they took advantage of me, and they took advantage of my peers and what they paid us. They basically, when I first took the position, they asked me what I wanted to make, and I told them, and it was very low, but it was just to get a position, and they realized they could hire 3 people for the price of 2. And so they did, and they paid us all very low wages, and they paid us, and they continued to do that with the other supervisors who would take up anyway. And it turned out that, that might have been fine for me when I first started, but then my wages would be garnished because of the university, because of my debts that I had in part due to the university, and so it was just this cyclical thing. And then they ended up paying my employees more than they were paying me, and I complained about that. So not only should I have gotten raises that I didn't get, not only should I have gotten raises that I didn't get, but they were paying me less than what my employees were making. So then I said, hey, look, you goofballs, why don't I take the positions under which I am so that I'd make more money? And they said I couldn't do that. And I was like, you guys are a real piece of work. Basically, you don't want me to make more money. You don't want to give me the raises that I've earned. You don't want to give me promotions that I've earned. And at a certain point, they weren't even allowing me to interview for positions that I was not only eligible, for which I was eligible, but I was the best candidate that they had, and HR told me that, and they were witness to it. So, long story short, which is a very long story, but this is the third time I got a lifetime ban. I had a friend of mine who had told me about a lawyer, and I was really sick of the university, and so I contacted a lawyer, and I said to him, basically, I was looking, I really did. I contacted the lawyer, Allred, and I contacted some other people. The university then came to me when I when I resigned, and they offered me a buyout, and and then something else was going to happen too. All that had happened, and then on top of that, they were reclassifying my job, and I knew that this was going to happen. Basically, the university was going to have to start paying me overtime due to the white collar exemption. And I told the university this. I told them that you guys are taking advantage of this. Basically, you're paying us such a low wage that we are in this certain bracket of employees, but this is going to change. So I got this letter very soon around when I was resigning, that told me that they were going to reclassify my position, and now I would no longer be an exempt employee, I'd be a non-exempt employee, which was the whole reason why I took the position in the first place, because it was going to change all kinds of things with my retirement. It was just a good time for me to leave, I realized. And then I had a position available that I was going to take at another organization. So then what happened? The university found out I was getting a lawyer, and they didn't want me on campus. And I did get a lawyer, and I didn't sue him, but I would in the future. And the person who basically who went after me, he would get a lifetime ban from the university, and I wouldn't. They would drop that thing, and I'd never get one again in the future. But basically, that's how I would have gotten 3. So how did you get this lifetime ban? So I had already gotten basically lifetime bans from the university before, and I know how they did it. They would send it certified mail, and what they did, I had gotten a lawyer. How did you get this lawyer? I remember walking into his office. I had a gun, and I had allegedly, and I had a briefcase full of money, and I just said to him, "How much is going to take for you to represent me?" And I just opened his briefcase full of money and just started, and I gave him $1,000 for him to write a letter. I forget exactly what the letter stated, but I just needed him to write a letter for me, and then I told him, "Okay, that's for all I need you. I don't need you to be my lawyer anymore." So he no longer was my lawyer. Then a few months, like a month goes by, and the university sends a no trespass letter to my lawyer. And my lawyer, who was a big university fan and wanted to see university, thought it was his football tickets or had to do with his football tickets. So he went and he opened it up. So I technically didn't get the third one delivered to me personally, but it's still binding that I have a no trespass letter and a lifetime ban. You should be like, "So you have free this?" So and you'd be like, "You're still a fan of this place?" And you'd be like, "Yeah, I love the place a lot." But I'll tell you what, Simcha Miriam never put me through shit, and neither were those girls. And basically, so do you feel if that one person wasn't in the position they were in? And I don't think he's a bad person. I just think that he's selfish, and he is not always that smart when it came to things. And so he's going to get his. You watch. He's going to be seen as a villain in this, as will the university, and that's okay. I mean, I'll clean it up at the university, but he'll be gone and he won't be allowed on campus anymore. And his kid would go to school there, but he had kids who went to school there. He had some who went and some who didn't, and I would make sure that they all got in. But he's not allowed back on the university campus, and also they would drop pariahs because they realized that it's a discriminatory practice. And I remember talking to university lawyers about this and saying that it's discriminatory, and they just told me that it's just the traditional way that it's always been, and if you don't like it, basically go find another job. And that's what I ended up doing. So anyway, those are my 2 lifetime bans from the university. Go fuck yourself.
Shannon will continue, and Tony is in the KFI 24-hour mission. After the report is to be charged with sexually assaulting nine patients.
Prosecutors say Dr. William Thompson is an infectious disease physician who specializes in treating members of the LGBTQ community. Investigators say Thompson is used nine more patients during treatment plans by advocating these procedures with medically necessary. The 13 felonies announced yesterday against Thompson include sexual battery by fraud and forced copulation. The man faces more than 50 years in prison and is due back in court in November. In Orange County, 435 Central is on news.
Well, last day on the job, boys. Tomorrow we'll come in to have a free coffee and donuts at one o'clock. Well, Mark, we looked at a lot of applicants. We found out you were the only one married to my daughter. So I better pack up all the personal stuff and get going. You miss this place, man?
Are you and me? What the fuck does that mean, yo? A person who is unemployed and not receiving an education or vocational training. Perhaps. Never heard that. What about just retired like a Jamofa?
even know this one of my friends was having. Really? God.
Yeah, we're just about done here. Just one of my last call from the office. I love you.
Yo, stop crying here.
Because they're showing the wolf.
Looky here. A massive accumulation of bills. See, I've sorted them by when they were received. Clinton, Bush, Reagan. See here where it says amount closed? I thought it might be fun to put a number. Because we can. Look at this. Not only did they give me last week's pay, but I got my unused vacation time and drew the money out of my pension fund. If I'd have known all you had to do to clean up like this was quit your job, I'd have done it long ago.
I've never even seen a check for that amount of money before. What does that comma mean?
I say we pay half the bills and split the rest between an aggressive money market and a conservative
Yeah, but you know, I think you're right. You shouldn't ever been on both. I say we put half of it into the bank, and then the other half in tomato cans buried under the bush in the backyard.
Well, wherever we put it, it's going to be safe and secure.
Actually, got a parent. I hear that the British people are really good and they can't Americans, so I go like, hold on, right in.
Rosie.
Or Italy or China or even Canada.
International House of Pancakes.
No, but I'll give you Florida and the happiest place on earth.
We're going to Gator World.
No, you idiot. Disney World. Oh, of course, we have that. Okay, so like say you're in Italy and you can go to work, just walk right over to China. Okay, I know for real that in the real world that's days.
Can't blow my hard-earned cash.
Beer or hot dog. Becky's applying for college, and Darlene's going to graduate. This is probably the last chance we will ever get for a family vacation. Hey, everybody! Get some last week! We're going to Disney No, she's part of this family. We're not having a family meeting. That's what it's called. Very weird going on vacation. I've always wanted to go there. Aren't you glad that you're here this week? Wait, isn't that the place where happy families go to have fun? We're not letting that stop us. His family. Sure. What about Jeff? Of course she's family. Oh, David. Oh, I love Mickey Mouse. I love Mickey Mouse. I love Mickey Mouse. Well, stop that. Your job is to contact the travel agent and make sure he gets some really good prices. Right. We've got a lot of quick work that needs to be done before we pick this up. For instance, we didn't have a book from late down at the luggage store, looking at a dumpster in the back of the car. You're here, get to the airport early, collect a lot of those carts, and bring the corners over to me. Now that person is not going to be able to have to sit there every single day listening to the rest of us talk about how much fun we're having, so that's going to be pure torture. We'll get mom. Cancel the paper.
We cancel the neighborhood.
Well, that would be paper, Dan.
While I'm in it, I'll also shut down the gas and electricity.
We're not moving.
Sorry, I've never done this before.
Okay, well, we're all set. Yeah, start practicing your limp because we're going to want to park close to here.
School, I mean, I think my teacher's gonna let me go. We're supposed to make a model out of something from ancient Greece by next week. I just need help.
Well, you are not going to spoil my life. You are a connor. You are skipping school, blowing off that project. Now you're sitting down here. Turn on that television, watch it, and think about what you just said. Children, pay very close attention here. Hello, yes, I'm going to need to cancel my reservations for the 4:15 flight on Sunday to Orlando. My name is Smith. Yes, hello, this is Mrs. Miller, and I'm going to need to cancel Well, perhaps it's booked under my maiden name. Yes, that's right, Rabbi. Yes. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, no, I won't need to reschedule. Right. Call back. I think they got an opening now. Yet another federal offense I've witnessed in this house. Man, everything is totally coming together. And why? Because I am the puppet master. Man, don't kill me. Big trouble. I've been going over the diner's schedule. There's no way we can get out of our shifts. Leon can't work extra hours. Sam's involved in the erotic cartoon festival. They're trying calling former employees, temporary agencies. There's nothing we can do. I just made our problem into Leon's problem, so I hope he has a better future. So, is the registration there, David? Grab your nails down. We are going to Disney World. No, it's not about that. Just my family is spread out all over the place. You could ask this nice lady if we move.
No. And thank you for making us your error.
Oh, where are you going to go first? Dan, could you take him to sing on for a minute?
Oh, he's gained weight since this morning. Did I miss a bell real quick? Yeah. I'm just wearing special shoes.
Oh, what's wrong, honey? Give me the juice, Roseanne. David, heads up. Man, Disney World is huge. Guaranteed, the blue part is the water, the brown part is the land.
Why don't we make this whole bit?
Okay, everybody, listen up now. If we get separated or you get lost from the herd, we'll all meet up in Fantasyland. Wait. What do you mean if we get separated? I mean, this is a family vacation. Everything we have to all stick together. You're kidding, right? I mean, I'm not flying 1,000 miles to be just to sample waffles from around the world. I don't believe her.
We'll stick with the hard young lady.
Come on, Dad, we have to split up. So what are you telling me, that you all feel like this? Hey, I have felt that way since I was born. You believe my kids not want to be with me? They should. I took care of every single problem that would have ruined our family vacation except one. Our family. I gotta go check on my road. Here. Guard these pretzels as if they were potatoes. Come on, is he okay? Yes, but I think he misses his mommy.
Excuse me, slide into that seat right there.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I hope that was a Cheeto I stepped on.
Whatever it was, it didn't work as the word.
Come on, dear. Come and take a walk with Mom. It's so wonderful that men like you have found a niche in the airline industry. Sisters are a bunch of ingrates. Now I know how that queen mother feels. Hey, now this is living. Look at the size of these seats. I knew I wasn't dreaming. It's true. Rich people are fads. And the best magazines. Man, this is like super cats. Hasn't this been a wonderful play? She went down through those curtains.
Those curtains, the first class curtains. Not a little baby rose curtain.
That's where she went.
Oh boy, Mom and Dad up to first class. Guess they won't be taking any pictures for the brochures on this flight, huh? They're still up there. Why hasn't that flight attended? Well, I'll tell you a little hard to do when you're a clogged guide. Probably got arrested and handcuffed the minute they went up there. Look, check on him. Yeah, good idea, Jack. You send a lifeless probe up to make sure it's safe.
I can't believe you guys are trying to get my husband in trouble.
Why would you believe it? I was the one that put the plastic gun in his carry-on. Maybe there's no front to this plane, and they're just walking on the edge. Well, in that case, I better run to the airphone and warn the village below. Come on, David. Is there a charge or something? Oh, Stuart, my towel's beginning to cool. No, not for my hands. I want that one on my feet.
We actually cut the crusts off of these. And I have them.
Oh, well, that's what fish looks like before they cut it up into sticks and deep fat fry it. I wouldn't eat it if I was you.
Hey, bud. Sure it's okay for us to stay up here?
Oh, yes. The other passengers also proposed. And insisted that you stay out.
Great, and we make friends wherever we go.
I love it up here. This is my 10th class fish squeeze story, too.
This is pretty great, Mom.
Yeah, listen, we're thinking that maybe it would be kind of cool.
Yeah, not the whole time. They say nothing in excess. No, really, people really do say that. Oh, you guys, that is so I'm so excited. We're going on a totally awesome. Woo! Everybody, turn on phone on your headset.
'Cause
You're smiling on my outside. Not like those ones in the traps at home. You eat the word. Hey, did you bring me the slice kind of kiwi like I ordered it? Oh, that's what they look like. You're not going to find any extra change in there. Oh, Roseanne, this is from a tablecloth. Oh, all right, we can just shake it out the window. In that case, I believe I'll do something that I've never done in my entire life. A nice, fresh, crisp dollar for you, my man. Yeah, wait a minute. You're welcome.
Don't be smart anything about money this whole trip, did you? Go to that there mini bar and help yourself to another summer sauce.
My stomach hurts. Number 45 sunscreen and pink fluffy hats for all.
Oh, great. Nobody has to worry. The corn is safe.
No,
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now
no,
10 o'clock a.m.
I'm stuck.
All right, here we go. Our goal for the 15 minutes is not unreal. Go, 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 go.
Man, it's so clean.
I know. They might not understand that. I want to live. No, I want to be worthy of living here. I don't either. My dad.
Okay, we're going to be here for 4 days, so remember, we don't have to get out there and see everything we want.
Well, I'll go wherever as long as I get my sandwich from here at lunch.
They don't serve there in the Magic Kingdom, Dan. They do it every time. They would have wandered into some outdoor church. Wait a minute, I've heard of this. They're being happy.
I think as long as we're sitting people on something that moves.
It's like it's traveling through space at 100,000 miles an hour. What more do you want?
Listen, DJ, going around and being like just spending some time together, people watching, talking, being in public.
Yeah, you can have plenty of girlfriends in your own age. Why don't you pick one out and show yourself?
Come on, darling, I just want to go on the walk. Don't leave me alone for the rest of the day. Please, please.
I give in. All this joy and happiness is breaking my spirit.
Make sure to hook up your hair to meet the higher requirements.
Is this the pure wine?
Oh, no, we're just looking at spaceship Earth. Hey, look at this. It was 16 million pounds, 180 feet in height. It encompasses 2.2 million cubic feet of space.
So this is the pure wine.
Look, Jackie, that pigeon's a robot. No, it's not. Oh, and it's fully fake. Hey, Roseanne. Hey, the video guy is a robot too. We're making a bunch of pigeons. Stop. Everything here is not a robot. They've been called robots since the 50s. Oh, sorry. Animatronic America. Stop littering. Not littering, Jackie. This is a friendly competition.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help noticing you had difficulty pulling off your rescue. I just like to point out that here at the Maggie is by numerous trash containers for your convenience.
What? Oh, I know. I will look that up here in my Roseanne to Disney World dictionary. Let me look up quick bugging and go away. Here it is. Thank you so much for your help. Have a pleasant afternoon. Hey, well, that stuff really works. But I feel so dirty.
It's a pleasure on this face. Are you?
No shade. That's no chill. What's a yard? Water?
That's one more thing. Which were so cool. Which was just the best. Zachary Taylor put me right at it.
Not unless they're cable in the wet bar. Well, what about the tea? No more rides. Oh, come on, Darlene. One more word out of you will be no more rides for you either, pal. You know what I mean?
Teacher, I think it would be fun to just throw closer to them, Darlene. Just sit there.
I would be just sitting, David. In a minute, I'm going to have to go fetch me a cook. Can't believe it. Excuse me. No way.
Look at him. Don't look at him.
we talked about the character. We talked about how he knew that he was not entitled to his own work in the universe. He was about to do that. He was an honest man. About how he had a two-party chat with his close friends while the sheriff was holding back tears at the podium. They were whispering in each other's ears. All the while the family of Raymond was putting on shows to the sheriff of Florida. Basically breaking each other up. Clearly had not had any sleep, clearly had not spent time, and were literally breathing each other up. As the DA said, he would not speak without consent.
My brother and my boyfriend in Denver went and gave that a camera and throw it. Shoot. Wow, I'm really going to hate myself for this. I work really hard cultivating my own special brand, so sophisticated. But you're the first book I ever remember reading. And the truth is, you've always kind of been my favorite. You got stuck in that hollow tree. Yes, you ate too much honey and you couldn't get out. And, I love you. Stay strong, here we come. See what Granny bought for you? Look at us all, look at us with the three. I guess I'm one of our I mean, it's been years since I tried to do this. That's why they call me Sexy
Stop by from this country I know most about. Where's that social shelf, huh?
You're not gonna laugh. I'm gonna tell you. I found a class. I found liberate here. Different.
Why do you got that one?
If he's never judged able to stand trial, he would have the ability to petition to be released from that mental facility if a medical professional deems him healed. Right, but then he would have to stand trial, wouldn't he? I mean, if he's no, that's why there was a dual plea. Because if he's not guilty to the crime and then not guilty by reason of insanity, he's not admitting that he did the crime. So they're going to go to the criminal phase first. If
West by teaching basic agricultural techniques and transforming their tribal gods into incarnations of Vishnu or married partners of their Brahmanic gods. So they basically go from tribe to, village to village, and the village will be like, "This is my god," and they'd be like, "No, it's not. That's just Vishnu dressed up like that dwarf there."
You're like, what?
Oh,
What did you say to me?
I had no idea. In this way, the Brahmins organized all of India, or most of India, under their Hindu system. And that, my friends, is a brief history of Indian religion.
Oh, that was very brief.
It wasn't?
Like, considering, considering you just covered, like, really, like, two different religions.
Yeah, so we left out a lot of details there, but this was a basic overview there. And we should, I did that because Blavatsky is so interested in Indian religion, such a major influence on her system of theosophy. But I keep talking about this blend of East and West. We're really talking about a blend of Indian religion and Western occultism. So she spoke in terms of akasa, which is an Indian occult element that matches up with what Western occultists might call the astral fluid. You guys know this astral fluid?
Sounds familiar for some reason.
Well, Olivia, what do you associate with astral projection?
I mean, like, going out of your body.
And there's like a thing, there's an aspect of you that's doing that, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yes.
So in Indian occultic terms, it would be that akasa force that's allowing you to make that projection.
Okay.
So by channeling akasa energy into a seedling, you can also cause it to grow, flower, and die all in the space of an hour. Pretty amazing. So you can use it for lots of things. Blavatsky's biographer suggested that she met her first adept when an Indian delegation visited, as I mentioned earlier, and her two most important masters, Kuthumi and Master Morya, she called Indian Brahmins. So you can see there's a lot of Indian influence. According to, so now the question might be, what is a Mahatma? We've got to ask Blavatsky that question, and she says it's an occult adept who has transcended his physical being, but has continued to remain in contact with the physical world in order to elevate and enlighten humankind.
So, he's a force ghost?
Savannah, for those who are not up on their star lores, can you let us know what that?
Force ghost. I mean, there's a person who has like died, but has like kind of become one with the force, and like can come back and talk to people and give guidance.
Like Obi-Wan is the first one to do that, right? In the first set movies, yeah, it makes an appearance.
Well, technically, I'm sorry, am I gonna get in the Star Wars lore? Never mind.
Technically, what?
She's not the. Technically, Qui-Gon Jinn is the first person to do it, but he didn't finish his training before he died, so he only partly did it. And then Obi-Wan Kenobi is the first person to fully do it. Yeah, Rob.
It's time for a Blavatsky quote.
At the time of his physical death, all the lower four principles perish without any suffering, for these are, in fact, to him like a piece of wearing apparel, which he puts on and off at will. The real Mahatma is then not his physical body, but the higher Manas, which is inseparably linked to the Atma and its vehicle. And whoever, therefore, wants to see the real Mahatma must use his intellectual sight. He must so elevate his manas that its perception will be clear, and all mists created by Maya must be dispelled.
But while the description and name of these enlightened beings is fairly Indian, Blavatsky's occult tutelage only seems to have happened outside the subcontinent in Cairo, where she made 2 trips in the 1850s, and Tibet, which by all accounts is the ultimate seat of her early knowledge. As Wouter Hanegraaff, occultism scholar, points out, while the later secret doctrine delved into westernized Indian theology, Isis Unveiled was more rooted in an Egyptian hermeticism, far more popular with European occultists at the time. Blavatsky would really be a significant force, along in part with the Chevalier Louis to be, for introducing the notion of Indian religion into the occult world. Before this, everyone was crazy about Egypt. And you just look at the title, right? Isis Unveiled. Got your Egyptian goddess right in there.
Well, wait, what year is this again?
1877. Why do you ask?
Well, because like, are people not obsessed with Egypt yet? It's like the first tomb wasn't open yet, right?
The tomb stuff isn't coming, but Egyptian like lore and hieroglyphs and the notion of Egypt, yeah, that's already circulating. So, you're thinking about Aleister Crowley, right?
Well, I was just thinking about like 1923. Isn't that when they like opened like Thomas Tomb or some shit? And I thought that like made people obsessed with like.
But even before then, if you look at like the occult revival and the outfits they wore and all that, they loved the Egyptians.
Yeah, you're right. Like Aleister Crowley, kind of.
Yeah, for sure. So, we need look no further than Blavatsky's about face on the subject of reincarnation to realize how Egyptian her earlier ideas were and how Indian her later ones became. Isis Unveiled did not support the doctrine of reincarnation despite its central place in the Upanishads. And then later with the secret doctrine, she would pick that up.
Reincarnation, i.e. the appearance of the same individual, or rather his astral monad, twice on the same planet, is not a rule in nature. It is an exception, like the teratological phenomenon of a two-headed infant. It is preceded by a violation of the laws of harmony of nature and happens only when the latter, seeking to restore its disturbed equilibrium, violently throws back into Earth like the astral monad which had been tossed out of the circle of necessity by crime or accident.
Between 1877's Isis Unveiled and 1888's Secret Doctrine, Blavatsky gave up Egyptian occultism in favor of her own version of India, which she considered the true home of her Mahatmas. She professed belief in reincarnation and detailed the system of belief based on esoteric Buddhism, a kind of Vedic religion predating the earliest forms of Indian religion, which she identified as the only true religion. In 1878, Blavatsky and Olcott would sail for India on the steamship Canada and never look back. Blavatsky would only return near the very end of her life to Europe. This geographical change would give Blavatsky's subsequent occult theory and practice its westernized Indian focus and fundamentally reshape the nature and practice of modern theosophy, and even arguably Western culture more broadly conceived, by creating a never-before-seen synthesis of Eastern and Western perspectives. But we'll have to save that for another episode, and perhaps a whole other season. Olivia, bring us on home.
Hereby adjourn and declare closed this meeting of the Secret Order of Alchemical Actors till such time as we get together and do it again.
And joining us for today's episode, we have Brandon Walls doing the voice of Henry Olcott, and also Lucy Bond doing the voice of Helena Blavatsky. On the mic for the discussion was Savannah Barrett joining us for the first time.
Woohoo! Yay! Bye, everybody.
Lovely to have you, Savannah.
Thank you. I'm now a Helena Blavatsky stan. She seems like a really cool woman. Yes.
Add that to the Mormons. Growing list.
Yes.
19th century religious innovators. And Olivia Literal, our Grandmaster.
Hi, guys.
It's been real. My name is Rabbi Thompson. Join us on for our next episode, where we explore the mystery of the Chevalier Louis de B, an occult figure whose identity has never truly been discovered. So it's not his name, Chevalier Louis de B. Louis de B, the B has a period after, it's just the letter B. So we don't know what his name is. It was a pseudonym that was selected. He either selected him for himself or was selected for him by his publisher, Emma Harding Britton, and his editor. So it's going to take us a couple episodes actually to get through the whole story of the Chevalier, because it's so mysterious. But isn't that the fun of occult confessing? We'll catch you next time here on Occult Confessions.
Somebody in broad daylight or dusk shoot and kill a uniformed officer. I mean, that's the worst of the worst. It's as brazen as you can get.
A young man sits by the side of the road, sad, for he is the child of a man who loved him but little, and mother, though she adored him, died when he was only 5. A young man sits by the side of the road, depressed, for he is possessed of a genius so sensitive as to require sympathetic treatment, else it eats its own heart. A young man sits by the side of the road, despondent, for he is the reincarnation of an ancient king cursed to wander the earth in search of a daughter not born of Adam who might love him and lift the spell. So begins the wonderful story of Rabbi by African-American trance medium turned modern occultist Pascal Beverly Randolph. Today on Occult Confessions, we explore the mysterious novel and still more mysterious life of one of America's first occultists. My name is Rob C. Thompson, the Supreme Hierophant of our secret order of alchemical actors. I'm joined by Olivia Literal, Grandmaster of the Order.
Hello.
And James Kaplanges. Welcome, James. Hello. You guys ready for Randolph?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. We're so ready. It's going to be awesome.
I think so. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting episode. He's a very interesting character, interesting medium, interesting occultist, sex magician. So many fun things to talk about today. All right, let's pledge it out. We, the members of the secret order of alchemical actors, do solemnly commit ourselves to a full telling of the history of the alchemical actors. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about occultism, friends. What I'd like to plug today is the idea that we should share. We should come out of the closet. Maybe is what I'm trying to say here. Make this pitch. When I started this show, Lydia, I think James, you probably know this story. We were sending out some mailers and stuff, different things to like our first patrons. And something came back in the mail to the college, and it caused this whole big uproar about whether I was teaching black magic on campus and all sorts of stuff, because the mail had come back through the mail room, and so everyone was like, what is this occult thing Rob is doing? And we have to be mindful that there's a stigmatization of the things we talk about on the show. But I think we need to come out. We need to be loud and proud about this belief system, about third ways of knowing. And by belief system, I don't mean Satanism, I don't mean chaos magic, I don't mean Thelema, I mean all of it. Anything that's, a third way. It's not a strict religious faith, it's not a strict scientific dogma, it's these third ways of knowing. They're stigmatized, we're called weird, we're called kooky, we don't know what we're talking about. But we do. This is serious stuff, and then there's serious thought behind it. So if you're listening to the show and you enjoy the last episode, you're enjoying this episode, you're going to enjoy the next episode, be loud and proud. Tell people about the show. Review the show. Drop us some stars. Give us some love. Let people know. Let them know that you are a proponent of third ways of knowing. All right, Olivia. How about that?
Go off, Rob. Go off. Damn. Okay.
I'm feeling it.
That was zesty. I liked it. I keep calling you zesty recently.
Did you call me zesty yesterday?
Spicy and zesty. That's like my 2 words for you recently.
What goes good with lemon zest? That could be your complimentary spice. Salt, a little salt. You could be salty. You are salty. That's true.
Wow, okay. I love where this is going.
A little zesty, a little salty. James, you can play too. You could be the fish. You could be the tilapia.
Oh, we're a whole course meal.
Tilapia, as long as I'm drenched in lemon.
Lemon and salt. Let's do this show before people tune out. Pascal Beverly Randolph published the wonderful story of Rabbi himself in 1871. It was self-published, and it is one of the most enigmatic occult novels of the genre. The occult novel had first been popularized by Edward Bulwer Lytton in 1842 with his novel Zanoni, and it featured themes of occult fraternities, supernatural feats, and the rising career of an initiate. Zanoni was an entirely fictional creation, although many suspected and continue to argue that Bulwer Lytton had incorporated elements of his personal experiences in occultism and mesmeric circles into that novel. The lines between fiction and reality blurred as readers look for clues to the secret life of occultism between the pages. The American Randolph brought this border crossing to new levels with the wonderful story of Robillette. His protagonist, Beverly, which is just his middle name. Right, so little telegraphing there. The author is Pascal Beverly Randolph. The protagonist is named Beverly. Beverly resembles the author in almost every detail, except for the fact that he is caught up in an ancient curse that causes him to be reincarnated lifetime after lifetime, wandering lonely and depressed until he should find and love a daughter of Ish. I-S-H, Ish. Does anybody know what a daughter of Ish is? I think so, yeah.
Hamish?
Not
Who else has an ish in their name?
Hamish.
Hamish, whatever.
Hamish is a Highland cow in Scotland. He's a mascot of the Highlands.
Hamish is also in the Bible, right?
Yeah,
Maybe I'm wrong.
Probably got it from the Bible.
Someone out there is like really just shaking their head right now at me, probably. Being like, no, bitch, you're wrong, but it's okay.
The daughters of Ish are women not born of the line of Adam. So they're human beings, but they are not of the line of Adam.
How did Okay, how?
I mean, biblically, there are these like tribes that exist outside who come in and like bang the children of Adam.
Okay.
It's just like there's this moment in the Bible where God creates man, and then later in Genesis, it's just like, and there were these other people over here.
Yeah.
They were not God's chosen people. Oh yeah, that's it. There it is. Randolph, like his American occult contemporaries Helena Petrovna Blavatsky and Emma Harding Britton, was fantastically self-promoting, albeit slightly less successful than these women, perhaps because of the challenges presented by his race during the period of Reconstruction. After all, he was African American. I mean, I think there's a connection between these three figures. Blavatsky, Britton, we're going to be talking about. We'll talk about in our American series later. Blavatsky and Britton were women, right, in the 19th century, so they didn't really have a platform to speak on, and both of them were immigrants to America. Blavatsky ultimately emigrating as well, but Britton becoming American after leaving England. So they were outsiders. And Randolph was American born, but he was African American, so he was also treated as an outsider by the establishment. See what I mean?
Yeah.
In many ways, Rabbi can be read as an extended advertisement for Randolph's various occult commercial enterprises. Such as
Yeah, like,
in a podcast for one. No, I'm kidding. The plot features a magic mirror, which Randolph sold. He sold magic mirrors, as well as alchemical elixirs, which he sold, featured in his mail order shop. So he had like a mail order catalog. He was the occult Sears. That's neat. I would love to see one of those.
how big are these mirrors? Like, are we talking like compact mirrors or like hang on your wall mirrors?
And like face mirrors, you know, that
Like
size.
compact. Oh.
Not exactly.
Like a handheld mirror.
Yeah, but not like a full anchor, like mirror. You know what I
Like a
mean?
beauty mirror.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I was about to say, does he just have all of these mirrors? Because that seems like a dangerous job. I don't know.
To like own them and sell them and ship them. Yeah, I don't know.
Like, does he have them in a, like, where does they break apart? I don't know.
Through the invention of
It's I'm gonna do a lifetime ban thing.
That's a good question.
This is my
It's tough to
favorite
mail a
things,
mirror
baby.
today. Its protagonist is a Rosicrucian, protagonist of the Raphaelite. The story is a Rosicrucian, and in an extended footnote, Randolph encourages readers to write him to request more information about joining one of his Rosicrucian societies that he had created in the U.S. And the theme of the daughter of Ish comes from yet another Randolph text, which is called Pre-Adamite Man, which he naturally recommends to the readers of Raphaelite should they like to know more on the subject. So he's basically just like plugging stuff all through the book.
Yeah.
The character, what's his face? Beverly is a Rosicrucian. If you'd like to join the Rosicrucian order, you could write to. And he's looking for a daughter of Ish. If you'd like to know more about the daughters of Ish, you can buy mine.
He's building a brand.
He is, yeah. He's an influencer.
Wow. Man before his time.
Way before his time. But Raphaelite is also something more than a couple 100-page advertisement. Maybe we would hope we would be doing an episode if it was just that. is the center of a mysterious puzzle which it presents to the reader. As Randolph promotes his particular brand of occultism, he also complicates the value and meaning of studying magic insofar as the title character, as well as the antagonist, the magician Ravelet, is the cause of much of the trouble that the poor protagonist Beverly encounters in the novel, and the source of much of what Beverly learns about magical mirror, secret societies, and alchemical elixirs. So you follow me on this? Ravelet is not the protagonist, although it's the title of the story. It's really the enemy of the protagonist, the bad guy. But he's also the one that has all the knowledge about the stuff that Randolph sells for a living. So Ravelet, yeah, it's not Beverly, it's Ravelet. Beverly learns it from Ravelet, but Ravelet's kind of a shady dude. So let's start with the many ways the protagonist of Randolph's novel is exactly like Randolph. Much like Randolph, Beverly, whose name is Randolph's middle name, is intelligent, overly generous, and bad with money.
Okay.
These are all true things about Pascal Beverly. Also, he was a public speaker, letting his soul go forth upon winged words from the rostrum. Randolph was a trance-inspired medium who gave performances in much the same way he would stand up as words would come into his body, he would speak. He had a tawny complexion resembling that of the Arab children of Beirut or Damascus. James, you'll love this. Beirut is spelled B-E-Y and then root, like the root of a tree.
Now we don't smell like it's like we're ruined now.
And was a blend of at least 7 distinct strains of blood. In addition to his complexion, facial hair matched Randolph's preferred style. He was generally beardless except for a tuft beneath the chin of jet black silky hair and a thin and light mustache. That's exactly how Randolph looked. And he nearly lost one eye in an accident, just as a side note.
Well, shit.
Nearly. That eye is fine. Randolph was an early adopter of spiritualism, becoming a trance medium in the 1850s, attributing his ability to his mother's frequent visits as a spirit immediately after her death. So Mom died and then she came visiting. Randolph found mediumship a bit limiting, though spiritualists believe that all supernatural phenomena could be attributed to the spirits of the dead. In Ravelet, the protagonist Beverly identifies 7 different types of ghosts. You ready for this? I'm going to do all 7. The first one is an image of oneself, so like an astral spirit. The second one is the phantasmal projections of heated fancy. So, like those guys.
Strings? What does that mean?
Kind of, yes. Yeah, like those guys with the pillows in Japan. Yeah, like your thought becomes a thing. It's like a tulpa, I guess.
Oh, you said guys with pillows in Japan.
James knows what I'm talking about. They're like, yeah.
I get it now.
Cartoon character on the pillow.
Yeah.
I love it. Which is fine. We're not judging. We don't judge. We don't judge here. You're Japanese listeners. We don't judge. Not that all the Japanese are doing this anyway. I'm getting myself into trouble. The spirits of the dead are the third variety. The fourth variety are spiritual beings from other planes. So not spirits of the dead, but from somewhere else in the universe. The fifth variety are beings from original worlds who are so fine texture as to defy the material laws which we are compelled to obey. So they're like interdimensional beings now.
Wait, what's the difference between that one and the last one?
Beings from other planes. Those planes may be like new, but these are original worlds. So like dawn of the universe beings. Got me?
Sort of.
Old gods. Yeah, kind of. It's a little Lovecraftian. There's the number 6 is the horrible embodiment of evil thoughts projected by evil people. So you can have your odd fantasy thought, but you can also have your evil, evil curses. Yeah, curses. And finally are the good thoughts of good people, which are the lovely outer creations of aspiring souls, like this podcast. Beverly goes to work as a sailor, but is horrible at it. So,
A sailor? Is that what you said?
yeah, he tries sailing.
That's hard for him.
Being bad at a sailor is really dangerous.
Yeah, you don't want to be bad at sailing. But certainly not out on the ocean. And attempts suicide until a voice from the ether intervenes. The voice's purpose is not only to rescue Beverly, but to instruct and develop his mediumistic skill. At a dinner party, Beverly fell into a deep trance, feeling as though death was gripping him, and the voice returned, saying, "Awake, a lesson awaits you."
He told me not to fear, but to repose in implicit confidence in myself and him, that he would not hinder me, but do me good, that his name was Edlavar, that his years were ages long, that he was a companion of those who die and live again, and of those who never taste of death.
So I know listening to this that we're going to get a little mixed up about Beverly and Pascal Beverly Randolph. They sort of overlap, but I don't mind that as sort of intentional. I think the purpose of us covering the fictional story that Randolph told is that, we can't prove a lot of this in documentary ways, but I think a lot of what he says about the internal feelings and experiences of the character Beverly actually reflect his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Because so much of the character is based on him. So maybe Beverly, had suicidal thoughts when he was younger, trying to find his vocation, and then the voice comes to him. You see what I mean? Right, yeah. The voice identifying itself as Intelivar promised to teach Beverly to make an elixir of life. Also, a Lethean drought, to live fully in the present. That's the purpose of a Lethean drought. Makes you live fully in the present. The water of love, to become magnetic to the opposite sex. And the stone of the philosophers, to transmute substances into gold. And a magic crystal ball.
Okay.
Those are pretty cool. Picture to yourself a soul, going earth, perhaps forever, and hovering over it like a gold-crested cloud, instead of sun. When all the wind are hushed to sleep, on the still and loving bosom of his protecting God of time.
That brings us to the scene we started with, Beverly moping by the side of the road. Two American Indians, an older man and a teenage boy, approach, along with a teenage girl adopted and raised by the American Indians, but coming from a place unknown to her. At this same moment, the book's narrator happens across Beverly now with two American Indians and a girl who is not an American Indian, but was raised by those American Indians. And they all become friends. You got me, so these two Native Americans approach Beverly, plus this girl who was raised with them, but she's not in order. And now they're all buddies by the side of the road, like you do. Here, Beverly's story sets off on a significant tangent. He leaves the American Indians and the adopted teenage girl behind to go off with the narrator. Now, I mentioned those folks for a reason, so remember that, but we'll come back to it. He goes off with the narrator. Now, the narrator of the story is now Beverly, separate person, major character, never gets a name.
That's common with these stories. It's called books.
Yeah,
It's like not named characters sometimes.
Yeah, the street, the coming race. Mowerland did not name the narrator, so I'm going to call the narrator Nary. Okay, sort of like Larry. Call him Nary. So Beverly, but that's not I made that up. So Beverly decides to school Nary on Rosicrucianism, presumably because Nary is interested in the topic, but it's unclear. Beverly, it seems, is on a quest, which has prompted him to join the semi-secret fraternal order of the Rosicrucians. They're semi-secret because of the degree to which Beverly and his creative Randolph give a lot of the secrets away in the pages of Ravelin. Historically, though, the Rosicrucians were super secret. It was impossible to figure out how to join them. No requests were ever honored to join the Rosicrucians, but here Randolph is like, he's advertising, come join the Rosicrucians. Beverly names prominent Rosicrucians he's met in this universe. All of them real people. So Beverly is naming them, Randolph is really naming them, and they're all real. They include Edward Bulwer-Lytton of Zeno and Here, the Coming Race fame. Also Hargrave Jennings, who's going to get an episode eventually. Hargrave Jennings was way into Venus worship and vagina worship, genital worship. He had all these